Hello and welcome to the fifth round of the VRS DNLS Community Cup, back again from the Nürburgring. My name is Tobias Brockman and today I'm finally joined by Daniel Hahn. Daniel, how are you doing? Muted.
What a wonderful evening to have a race like that, and I'm very excited today to be able to commentate with you today, and I think we will have a lot of fun. And after last time, I'm pretty hopeful that today even the show will be a little bit better.
Yeah, especially with Team Heusingveld just being 0.01 points behind Urano Esports Huawei. It's gonna be quite interesting in the SP9 and the overall point standings, which we go along during this broadcast. Anyway, we got something new for the race, Daniel, which is the full course yellow system. Tell me more about it.
Yeah, exactly. Since this race, the jury is able to deploy the so-called full course yellow, in which all cars need to slow down. And I think we will pick this topic up later on. First, we just check out the calendar really quickly. So today, 20th of August, fifth round. It's the last round with the VLN track variant from the next round onward, and the final and last time at the 30th of October, we will drive on the 24-hour variant.
Yes, exactly, and we also have a late summer break, you could say, in September. That's due to the Sim Racing Expo taking place at the Nürburgring in real life, which is going to be quite interesting, at least for those who attend. Their tickets still available to get there, and they're quite cheap, actually, and it's just to reimburse some of the costs. It was for free last year's. But to be honest, for 3 days, 17 euros, that's like nothing.
Yeah, and you really can see a lot. All the companies are there to show off their newest products, and it's very common and basically one of the best things of the Sim Racing Expo. You can also try out every of their new products and really get the feel from what maybe you could buy for yourself. And also oftentimes what you can't buy because it's just too expensive, the really big full motion simulators, but you can try them out there. It's a very good chance. Usually you have to pay some serious bucks for that, and there you get it for free.
Yeah, I just want to say also, in the last few years you could try the new stuff on iRacing, because they always had a stand as well. Since we are racing on iRacing tonight as well, during this race. So, to talk about how this works tonight, it's again like all the races beforehand. We will have a 3-lap qualifying race, which will determine the grid position during, of course, the main event, which will take 22 laps or 3 hours. The weather, Daniel, is quite nice today.
Yeah, 27 degrees track temperature. It's a little bit on the lower end for track temperature, but it's really in that window where you want to have it. I don't think the teams they don't have any concerns about the tires today.
It's quite windy compared to usually with 13 kph or 8 miles per hour for Imperial friends. 82 degrees Fahrenheit then the track, 65 only for the air temperature, so most people would wear vests or light jackets with it being mostly cloudy. So I don't think this is gonna be an issue. So what category do you look forward the most? I mean, we have the SP9, which are the GT3 homologated cars. We got the Cup 2, which is the Porsche Cup. The SP10, who are the GT4, consisting of the Porsche and the BMW. And of course the SP3T, which are our Audi RS3 LMS cars.
To be honest, the GT4 class is the one I'm looking today, because Schubert Motorsport, they had a really bad race last time around. They crashed and lost a lot of places in the final stages of the race. They also didn't have the greatest of the races until that point. So I'm looking forward to them bouncing back. Adrenalin in Motorsport, they picked up a lot of points in the last round. They are only 2 points, not even 2 points apart now. So that's really one of the duels I am looking forward to today.
Yeah, certainly, because in the last race we can't forget that we're quite on the lower end from the results. I mean, Schubert in the GT4 is quite strong, because sometimes you see them in the race, but not in the front end. So it's going to be interesting between Schubert and Adrenaline who goes into the break ahead. Though from penalty points perspective, Schubert goes off a little bit better. All the way in the end, by the way, in the GT4, that's Vibe Esports GT4. We didn't see them a lot, 0.1 points. EPS Rennsport Esports, they managed to get 9.02 points in 6 races competed so far. Why 6 races? Yes, we had 8 races so far because the quali race and the main race are counted individually. So, fast repair, we got 2 fast repairs again, and not to forget, we need 2 minutes of penalty. It used to be 5 minutes in the seasons prior where it was still called VVLN. So when you come in for fast repair, next lap around, you gotta get in, hold on into the penalty zone, and then stay there for 2 more minutes.
Let's just take a look at the format for today's race. Nothing has changed in that. Still 15-minute lone qualifying, so basically 1 lap for every driver. Then the 3-lap quali race, which is already full of points to get, so don't underestimate that. And afterwards the 22-lap long main race. Pretty much, like I said, all the same, but that will change late in the season.
Yeah, that's definitely something to consider, because we still got that 8-hour race coming up, Daniel, which I hope you will be joining me again as you are tonight. I mean, it's fine commentating 3 or 4 hours alone, but you know, it's a lot more fun if you have someone to talk to actually, other than yourself.
Yeah, after all, we hadn't had the pleasure for quite a long time. So for us personally, I think you're the same. I was really looking forward to today.
Yeah, especially after our performance at the 2019 Sim Racing Expo, the Porsche Trophy and the GT500. It was so much fun doing that, especially introducing the drivers. Sadly, we can't do that today. I still remember something about some air. Yeah, let's start.
Introduce the qualifying, the starting grid, and we see Urano Esports Huawei with the pole position, and quite a comfortable one, 1.84 seconds in front of the second Urano, Heineken Media, number 91. That's the front row for today. Vision STS with the Porsche 911 on 3rd position. VS Racing Esports 4th, then Sim Racing Academy Black 5th. Team Heusingfeld only 6th. After the switch to the Porsche Cup, they weren't able to win the last race, and only 6th position in qualifying today. Maybe not the start they have wished for. Phoenix Racing twice in P7 and P8.
P3 Esports Alpha then on 9th and 10th position in the SP9 category, with Progressive Sim Racing Bravo, the number 111 in the 10th. Adrenaline Motorsport number 1 in the 11th. Raceline Sim Sports only 12th. WS Racing Esports, which I will be referring to as the Kitty BMW, in 13th. iLivery's Vibe Spots Red, the Swiss team, in 14th. Team Race Gitter GT3 15th. And Frida Sport in the Porsche on the 16th position, 10 seconds down to a leader for the quali race. I guess we're faster than the German colleagues.
Yeah, a little bit, maybe. Frida on P16, as you said. And I'm just looking if we have somebody afterwards.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. Piranha Sim Racing on P17. German Sim Racing, purple VVLN on P18. The last car with a valid time, Artal Motorsport in P19. SimSim Racing and iLiveries, you see it without a valid time. So yeah, something happened. Maybe they had an off track, or yeah.
That off track that hurts. Yeah, if you're off track on the Nürburgring, that hurts. But of course, we don't only have the SP9, we also got the Cup 2, which we start with SimRC Cup 2 756 855, and first next to them Sim Racing Academy Red, and second W&S Motorsport, and third T3 Esports Beta, and fourth, followed by Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing with a very nice livery, and fifth. Imports Racing, the car with the number 215, they made it up to sixth in their lone qualifier, followed by R4F Esports Cup and DE Sim Sport Cup 2 in the respective positions 7 and 8, both about 5 seconds off the leader, which will equal to 8 minute 01. So they're no longer, I mean, just the first row was in the under 8 minutes.
Yeah, the second page in the Cup class, Epic Sim Racing Yellow, followed by WS Racing Esports In P11, MSC Knetzgau e.V. In P12, Prodüner E-Racing. And in the final row of the class, Racetech Performance Pink and IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup.
So let's run then through the GT4, SimScene Racing, DE Sim Sport SB10, both in the first row. Second row then is Ringifiziert Sim Racing, and of course your fan, Schubert Motorsport GT4 in fourth, Adrenaline E-Motorsport GT4 in fifth, Keep on Racing Iron Vision STS in sixth, and only one seventh car we got there, small field this time, ProDyna E-Racing. GT4, the car number 356, not even a valid lap time for them.
Yeah, Schubert and Adrenaline with not their best qualifyings. Let's see how the race turns out today. Team Heusingfeld, as somebody or maybe most of us would have expected in turn 1, row 1, with the 404 this time leading. The 401 in P2, after that Impulse Racing, VRS Racing Esports, P3 Esports Delta, Racetech Performance Green, GT Temple Racing and Sim Project Racing Team, and of course we are in the SP3T class with the Audi RS3s in, as the vehicle to drive in the slowest, but I think it's maybe the class where you have the most fun on the track.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, those stay quite close together for a long time during this race. You will see that as well as we are getting closer to the race start. We got the new format. Instead of 85 kph towards the starting zone, once the pace car turns into the pit lane, we only have 60 kph this time. So this is going to be interesting. The cars with the most torque out of the lower end of the ref spectrum, they will have an easier start.
Yeah, and we saw in the back some guys were sleeping. They already had a very big gap. Let's hope they could close it. We're entering the start zone, and then it's the leading car that starts the race.
Urano blocking quite nicely. We see the 69 of Iron Vision STS. They try to cover them up as we crawl to the line. And there we go. This is the start of the quali race tonight of the 5th round of the DNLS Community Cup, powered by VRS and VCO. Both Urano cars quite nicely into turn 1. Iron Vision STS not giving them an inch of freedom there, not trying to get with them. But as it looks like, the car number 90 with Andre Melchers and Roy Kobe in the second position.
That's not over between Iron Vision and Urano. Here comes the attack. It looks good, but the outside here is very long. Advantage Urano. How was the traction now out of this corner? I think Iron Vision with the advantage here. Vasilos Beliziotis. But again has to go the long way round. Still side by side.
Top left, by the way, that's your Porsche Cup class starting their race now, the Cup 2s. And looks like the 276 having a great start there. A little bit of a jump start maybe. It's going to be looked at if they were in accurate grid position. But for them, it's also green for the quali race this time by.
Yeah, and Beliziotis got the position in the end. And we see it in the small picture to the bottom right. And now back to the Cup cars. First of all, everything looked clean through the first corner. That's the most important thing.
Yep, it's SimRC Cup ahead of T3 Esports Beta and Sim Racing Academy Red. That's pretty nice in the front, but in the back it's a little bit skirmish going on. We saw some cars too wide, or even trying to go 3 wide. Some lock up there by Dennis Aras Fabri, now having to look out for W&S Motorsport. Thomas Asmussen trying to gain an advantage early on. You want to overtake as many cars as possible during the starting phase before they start to get onto the Nordschleife, and also before they start to build the gaps, because that then gets a lot harder, especially in a 30-minute sprint race, which equals 3 laps here on the Nordschleife. Yeah,
on the Nordschleife you don't really want to attack in the first lap of the Nordschleife itself. The Grand Prix course is fine, but on that very difficult part of this race circuit, it's very comfortable to have a nice and easy lap 1 instead of if you're directly in the fight.
Talking about fighting, this is the start of our SP10 category. There is starting now Lars Baumler in the orange car, having a nice getaway. You can see René Penquet in the Schubert Porsche having to fight a little bit harder to keep 3rd place here, having started 4th. But it looks like they get pushed to the outside a little bit without any Yeah, huge contact. Whatsoever, our Envision STS helping them out in the pink-green car, pushing away Stir and Matzgert in the Ringifiziert sim racing vehicle a little bit. It's a little bit Porsche heavy though. I mean, we started to get more BMWs, and right behind them, that's also your Cup 3 category.
Then Adrenalin Motorsport, after losing one position at the start, gaining it back only a short time later, and look at that, the SP3Ts already closed the gap. They should be about 6 car lengths behind.
Yeah,
at the start.
But I guess it's turn 1. It's easier braking,
Yeah.
and someone went off. Someone went off.
Before.
And I think it was Adrenalin E-Motorsport, Matthias Günzel, who got sent off to the gravel trap. Not sure if that was actually helped by someone or totally on his own. We will maybe find out, because if someone helped, then Race Control will probably have a word as well.
I'm pretty sure we will get the solution to that question. But this picture we are getting used to through the season. The two Heusingfelds in front of the SPTD class, and now we are back with the fastest cars on the circuit at this evening. The GT3s, and we see the Urano at the front. Adrian Melcher has already built up a quite nice gap for himself. Vasilios in P2, also with a small gap.
Yeah, it looks like Team Heusingfeldt should start talking maybe to Iron Vision STS, because Iron Vision, they figured out the Porsche quite quickly into the season once they'd done the switch. Heusingfeldt still in 7th position, with star driver Mats Torge Husfeldt having issues to even follow along Mario Yuri. Now already the gap of more than 1 second to the Mercedes, the already aging Mercedes GT3. It's not even the Evo version they're racing here on iRacing.
It must have been a very difficult decision to switch the cars, to switch away from the car with which you had victories and very good race results, and quite a good understanding, I'm pretty sure. So it's still, maybe it was the wrong decision, to be honest, but only time will tell. But so far, yes, Iron Vision, you have to say, after what we saw last time and what we saw today, that little we saw today, that half a lap, seem like the better team with the Porsche.
Yeah, I mean, the Porsche is a totally different concept if you think about it. Before they were driving a Mercedes AMG GT3, those from Heusingfeldt. So that is quite a cultural shock, actually, that you have to digest first, because you got the front mid-engine Mercedes, and then you got the rear engine Porsche 911 GT3R, which is like totally different. You know, you steer it more with the gas, with a throttle, than you do with the steering wheel, especially coming out of corners.
Yeah, that's what the Porsche is known for, obviously. That unique driving characteristic, and especially if you've never driven it before, it really takes a long time to get used to it. Even if you have driven it before, it's usually 1, maybe 2 days of training to really get back to your level where you want to be.
Oh, battle on GT4, I guess. Yeah, Schubert.
Yeah, and I'm missing Adrenalin in this picture.
Yeah, Adrenalin, they got sent to the rear, if you remember. Matthias Grünzel in the BMW in the gravel trap, turn 8.
Yeah, I maybe was looking at the timing monitor at the time.
All the way down.
Just noticing it, so not the best start, but it's only the quali race. The big points are in the main course for today. And also Schubert, they are also not leading. I think they're in P4 right now, so not the best points. Speeding information left for car number 90. That's the leading car, Andre Melchers.
Yeah. And that is gonna hurt. If there is any decision against the number 90, that's gonna hurt the race, the main race. I mean, the rule is new for this time. It got changed from 85 kph to 60. So that's a 25 kph difference. It looked though like they didn't overdo it from my perspective, but apparently somebody has noticed that they were faster than they should have been.
Yeah, We will have a look at it, and usually in the formation left, if something comes up like that, it's there's something to it.
Yeah. Especially, you know, with the starting grid procedures, like not driving through your grid slot during the start.
Because he was the leading car. He was the leading car. He was taking the lead, and so everybody had to drive with the same speed as him. So
yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's 100% thing.
Yeah, let's look at it then. But what we're looking at currently as well is the fight between the second and third position in the Porsche Cup, in the Cup 2 category, T3 Esports Beta against Sim Racing Academy Red. Dennis Aras-Fabry talked to him before the race. He says the full Cosilla is going to be interesting as he takes the overtake here on the Döttinger Höhe, a position where most stuff happens. But you can see the Porsche saturating quite fast about the top speed, and now it's not decided yet.
A very close fighting. Usually not the easiest maneuver around here. Final chicane. Then the first lap is done for this group. But now again, very good.
There comes the attack. They push themselves to the pit lane. They almost went into the pit lane.
I can really understand the slashing.
Yeah, I can understand it because they almost got pushed into the pit lane. He really had to ease off the throttle. He was already slightly next to him, but not enough to have some rules stating that it's his corner. So all fine and done. It's not like Schumacher and Barrichello back then.
And you really saw that he had to lift there, so no chance in the end to overtake, but the pressure is still on.
And remember, it's just a quali race, you know? It's not even the main event, and you can see Dennis Aras-Fabry being very aggressive on the turn-ins, trying to take the shorter way around instead the long game, because, I mean, you only have 3 laps to prove that what you can do, and obviously it's a starting position, it's different. Second and third place especially, that's another row where you start off. So if he gets past, he can start in front of more people rather than trying to have to overtake during the first race. You can just try to stay in front.
Yeah, and you can see René Osterkamp there in the RC Cup 2. He's running away with it in this quali race. And Dennis Aras-Fabry, he obviously wants to start next to him. Let's say the start is as boring as endurance starts usually are. You want to be in the first row. And now the attack of Schubert Motorsport.
Oh, he's gonna take a lot of space. So no side draft for this time, but also not giving. There he comes. Yeah, he wanted to evade that redraft, that revenge draft that is now taking place. And look how Loris Brock gets slingshotted by like being 2 seconds behind the Schubert Cayman. Oh my God, he's so fast again, and now he's ahead again. How did he do that?
Yeah, that's really unusual. We didn't see that very often this season, that there was the revenge at the Döttinger. But he was in front at Tiergarten, and so the chicane was his to take. But it's not over yet. Penkit with a good slipstream here down the main straight, but only gets the outside. Always the longer.
Yeah, it can force your enemy to stay all the way on the inside while you can take all the tarmac available. By the way, number 90 only got a warning for their procedure at the start since it's new. I guess next race it's not going to happen this time.
Yeah,
Very slow entry into the corner.
Quite lucky
there,
to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe it was only a little infringement of the speed limit.
Oh. Imagine they would be driving so aggressive during the main race, like after 30-40 minutes, and they would drive that aggressively. That would be a race to behold.
Yeah, but that's a good thing about this quali race. You have the action from the beginning. You have basically nothing to lose, especially in this very small, very small car categories, where you only have 7 cars, for example, today. That's it's not always nice to drive with as few people, but today you can risk something. And René is really risking it right now, but car chicane around the outside, it's usually a bad idea.
Yeah, but I've seen it happening, but you need Loris to play along. But look, at every possible moment he tries to pressure Loris, just try to get next to him left, right, and probably would overtake him over the top if he could.
Yeah, and he knows now there are basically 10 kilometers where it's If Loris doesn't make a mistake, it's impossible to overtake. So now it's the time to settle in behind him. Watch out for the mistake. If he gives you an opportunity, take it. But otherwise, just take care about yourself, about your tires, and just follow him as closely as possible.
Yeah, this is like the later part after the Hohe Acht section. It's a very flowing part of the track. We really don't want to force the issue here. By the way, we already got a unsafe rejoin situation, which is interesting in this short race. So the next possibility actually would be Schwedenkreuz braking for the right-hander then afterwards. That is a nice possibility to overtake, but beforehand, quite dangerous.
Yeah, but also there it usually takes a small mistake, maybe an unclean line through Schwedenkreuz, through Flugplatz. If the car in front doesn't make a mistake, you usually don't want to try it there because it's very, very risky, and there are better places to overtake.
Oh. Lukas Kwasnick now.
Very nice view.
Closing up, by the way, 91 cars only on 4th position, so the GT BMW having faster drivers nowadays, or even a new setup for the shorter races here on the Nordschleife, since most of them are used to drive a more stable, more endurance kind of car, obviously. But this looks like WS Racing Esports is very competitive this race.
Yeah, it looks good. It was exactly at that point of the track where you just did describe before, that very flowing part after Hohe Acht. And this is maybe the best part of the track, the jump down Pflanzgarten to the Stefan Bellof S, and that's so high speed here, and you really see the track always at the latest moment, and you really have to know and hope that it's still there where you remember it.
Or there is no car in the way just after the crest.
Yeah,
which does happen regularly in real life and here. Also the small carousel, very important line to take. If you're on the outside, you lose a hell lot of a time. Also, where you don't want to be too close to your opponent, following through this right-hander just before the Döttinger Höhe. So you get enough run up to your to the car in front of you. But this might be a situation where Urano could at least close the gap by quite a bit. Let's see if he goes for the overtake. Looks like a 5 kph speed difference there. And look how the BMW is closing up to the Porsche, who is constantly lacking in engine power in real life and racing as well. The BOP always favoring the low-powered Porsche because it's like no power there. And there's Urano again on the outside. They're trying to go free wide. Oh my word!
That will not work. That will not work.
That was so certain, and I guess Urano is going to take credit for that one.
BMWs are basically out, and they also take the Phoenix with them.
And I guess the 91 car,
and watch out, the GT Cup class is coming.
Ooh. Yeah, but I can tell you the 91 is going to take the blame for it.
Yeah, that was never going to work. I'm not sure. It was kind of looking like Lucas was, I wouldn't say slowing down, but maybe lifting a little bit. So he hadn't, so Vasilius wouldn't get slipstream again. And through that, the Urano come closer and closer, and he wasn't looking for the black, red, and white car.
Yeah, I mean, if you come through the outside to a 2 wide situation and make it 3 wide, it's actually on you. There was no way he could have gone, because on the one side there's a Porsche, on the other side there's the Urano, and at one point the track just goes to the left, and there was not enough space, because the Porsche, probably in that situation, when you hear at that part of the track from your spotter, 3 wide, you're on the left, then yeah, there's no chance that you can do something. But something does the number 205, latest possible moment out of the slipstream, just enough time to get here in the Hohenrhein chicane in front now. Well done to them.
Don't make a mistake, that was not an easy move. That line he had to take for the final part, it's not the line you want to take. It's very, it's much more slippery than the racing line, and you also have to play a lot more with the brake pedal than you usually want to. You have your braking point and you're used to that, and you have to adapt for that moment. It's not that easy. A very clean maneuver from Simon Amoser.
Let's go back then to the SP3T, where both Heusinger cars are still leading comfortably.
With those two, I never know if they're fighting or if they're just cruising back to back.
By the way, sad news, we will not get a replay from the Urano situation.
Well, it was pretty much clear, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see a replay again from another angle.
I think he wasn't as far ahead as he had to be to pull off that maneuver.
Yeah,
especially you don't only need to be ahead to be ahead and make it work. You also be ahead. As more you are ahead, then the other guy gets out of it. So, and he wasn't at the position to yeah, the other guy would do that. It's definitely noted. We saw it.
Yeah.
So let's see what the tell me the word.
Outcome. Race control. Action.
Yeah. Thanks. Race control. We just talked about the switching between German and English also in your head, and I just couldn't find the English word. So thanks.
This time it's the worst way around, right? Where your native language actually hinders your English instead of the other way around. Because I mean, you know, in German, if you don't know one word, you can easily talk yourself out of it.
Yeah, that's the important part of it.
Hey, but at least you took the challenge. You decided for yourself that you want to do it. You were not forced to do this. As Schubert now forces Iron Vision STS again for a maneuver, and now they are joined by a BMW, a very green one, the one from Prodina E-Racing, and luckily no free white situation, but this time there's not enough time and space for the Iron Vision Porsche to do a revenge maneuver of some sort, and now it's on Schubert to show them what nice defending down the main straight is.
Yeah, let's see. Lowsbrock, it looks like he can't counter that move. He's too far away. He desperately seeks the slipstream of the Schubert. The BMW stays out of it, but we won't know what they did in turn 1. We will go back to the GT3 class.
At least no Lance Stroll.
Like, yeah, you can't top that. That was...
I mean seriously, twice. They did that twice during that race.
It wouldn't matter so much, but it was Monaco. So like that's the scene you're waiting for 2 hours. So
yeah, and then Lance Stroll, where was going a bit wide, was drifting a little bit down the swimming pool. Who cares? Yeah. I mean, it got actually the rickroll of Formula 1. So luckily we don't have that at the moment here.
Yeah, our producers are way more competent.
Yeah. I mean, rumors said there were French people at work.
But that's only a rumor. Nobody knows.
And what we don't know yet is the outcome of this fight for P6, if I'm correct. Yes. The Adrenaline BMW GT3 here. He is in the 7th position, and they're chasing down the Lamborghini of T3 Esports Alpha, Jens Hohmann. He tries to do the best. 2 seconds separate them from the Phoenix Racing Esports Dinos, 1 car ahead. Oh, by the way, we will get the replay between the races from the Urano situation.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It was, if you open up the dictionary and look for free white, it's basically a picture of that.
Yeah, but what I can say is that the number 69 is not at fault. Oh, interesting line from the Lamborghini there.
Yeah, final lap for these cars already.
Yeah.
As time flies. And that also will be a pretty intense fight.
You jinxed it.
Yeah, with this many cars, can't imagine otherwise.
So the moment it got interesting, we then switched to the SP10, where it might get interesting between Lars Baumler and Christian Bug.
Yeah, and I think that's the closest for the first position.
Yeah, I do think that as well. Not only in the class though.
Maybe the two Heusingfelds with the Audi.
Yeah, but they don't count.
Yeah, not really.
Not more like that's like one car. It's like towing another car. What they do down there. This is what it's all about. Maximize your points, maximize your starting position, because then it's on you to start the race and they have to obey your decisions on the throttle. But it looks like Lars Baumler can keep him at about half a second. Let's switch to the Cup 2 situation, because this is still going on as well.
So let's see who gets the Galgenkopf the best. That's the important point, the last important point before we go out onto the Döttinger Höhe. But before that, we have the very difficult part of the track, maybe the most difficult to get really cleanly. High speed, high risk, but high reward.
But you studied that. You studied that before you said it. Yeah, it's still the fight going on for second position. Dennis Aras Fabry defending really nicely here. The Porsche being like 10 meters wide now.
Yeah,
but
and we have our first winner.
Yep, go on.
We have the first winner of today, Andre Melchers, with a... he gets away with a blue eye, we would say, in Germany. After that small infringement at the starting phase, at the start procedure. Iron Vision, Vasilo Spediziot, strong move. And Mario Yuri, where does he come from? Third place. Obviously he was gaining the positions after the free white incident. And very close picture here. Inside the GT3 class, we will have the full results afterwards. And
I want to switch to the Porsches. I want to see how that ends.
yeah.
Oh my god, that's the worst result ever for Team Heusenwald.
Yeah, that's a really big... That has a big impact for the championship.
Well,
and it will be a hard race, so...
There we go. Dennis Aras Fabry at front, red, white and black car. Oh, look at the speed difference there. No chance to do anything. So Simon Amoser takes the position now. Maybe the switchback? No, they try though. They opted to block the opponent behind.
Is somebody brave enough on the brakes?
I don't think so.
Maybe Kevin Volk? Not Kevin Volk. Sorry. Max Kessler. But you were right. No changes in position. So Amoser in P2, but René Osterkamp dominated those 3 laps quite comfortably. Asmussen 5th, Ebert 6th. Then Lukas Lang in the WS. P3, P8, let's go P9.
We use the end of this race also to greet everyone watching from the VCO channels, of course. On Twitch, YouTube and Facebook. As we are, of course, also live there, which I'm checking right now. So let's see, Lars Baumler, having lost 3/10 during the course of the last 8 kilometers. Mistake there at the exit of Brünchen. Christian Buch is all over him right now. The whole rearview mirror is full of blue and green. Let's see.
Those are the same cars that were fighting last time.
Yeah.
For the victory in the big race. So let's hope that stays that way today. But first of all, let's enjoy this final moments. Let's see if Christian Buch can close the gap again. Nice carousel now. It's maybe the most important corner.
Yeah, very nicely from both of them through there. Now the small carousel, key factor. Well done by both. Maybe even a little bit better by Baumler.
A little bit, I think.
Yep. 0.7, 0.6. That could be a close one.
Buch was a little bit early on the accelerator.
It could have been just enough to take the position, maybe.
Yeah.
This weaving. I don't like this weaving, to be honest.
It's a little bit excessive.
That's better. It's still, you know, if I would be race control, I would prevent this, because if you're in a multi-class situation doing this, well, and also it's changing of line in European motorsport. That's also a thing.
Baumler runs out of track.
But Buch as well.
He's not catching up fast enough.
No.
He needed another straight.
Oh, look behind for third position on the lower right of your screen. Still going on, Schubert losing that battle. Only being in fifth now, but Baumler stays in the lead. Or does he? Yes, he does. So he wins this race and gets pole position ahead of Christian Bug. But it's not over yet for the Porsche on the lower right and the BMW there. Oh my god, Loris, and there is an accident, and Loris is sending the BMW down into the barrier, which is a hard impact, and that might benefit Schubert Motorsport because they could gain 2 positions, one by the accident and the other maybe... Oh,
they have an accident as well.
oh, come on, come on!
Maybe the BMW comes back. It will be very close on the line. Where's the line now? I think the W got it. Yeah.
What?
In the last second, basically on the last meter.
Where was that?
Sascha Landgraf P4. Loisbrock, not Loisbrock. Schubert, René Pinkett P5.
How did that happen?
We didn't see, but
I think he had to evade the flying BMW.
yeah, that's something that really could have happened.
Yeah, and I think our Vision STS is going to take a penalty for that. Maybe even a grid penalty, or at least a time penalty. So as we've seen, a 4-1 and 4-4, they both take the line. Then we have fourth and fifth position. There comes Race Tech Performance Green. We will go through the complete standings in just a bit, or rather the grid. I don't know what they will show us, but in one way or another, we will know. Yeah, we will know in what position they're. In this case, it's really the same. But no, it might not be the same. The standings might be different from the grid, depending on penalties.
Yeah, okay. But
yeah.
we yeah. Yeah, I give that one to you. But we will see no changes at the front. We didn't have any reports noticed about the top cars. There was one, but that was the thing about Urano driving too fast in the formation lap. The formation phase, it's not really a lap. So that he was cleared from that. So no punishment, just a warning. But as you said before, next time it might just be the other way around.
Let's see then. Urano Esports Norway takes the lead with Andre Melchers. Iron Vision STS, interesting race. Palaziotis very strong in second position, followed by Sim Racing Academy Black, Mario Yuri. Urano Esports Heineken Media then, well, somewhat saves it to fourth, but still gets a penalty point for the situation that we've seen. Phoenix Racing Esports in fifth, T3 Esports Alpha then in sixth. Adrenaline E-Motorsport number 1 in seventh, followed by Progressive Sim Racing Bravo in eighth. 9 and 10, that's Raceline Sim Sports and W Racing Esports number 2 in their Gitti BMW. But what a race this was.
Yeah, brilliant. Very, very good fights, especially at the end, but we expected that. Let's hope for more of that. Same. WS Racing Esports P11, iLiveries Vibe Sports P12, then Team Race Gitter P13 afterwards. SimScene Racing in P15, Phoenix Racing Esports, Piranha Sim Racing in P16, Ahrtal Motorsport P17, Team Heusingfeld. As we said, very, very bad race and very bad starting position for the... Are they still champion? I think they're still championship leaders. It's very close. Anyway. And yeah, iLiveries 5 Sports in P21. Last but not least, we'll start the race from the back.
Let's see then, in the Cup 2 category, our Porsche Simracing Cup 2, 6 seconds ahead was Osterkamp of IS Sim Racing Schweiz Cup, would take the second position just shy of Sim Racing Academy Red in third. We'll start from row 2 with Impulse Racing 215 next to them. W&S E-Motorsport then in 5th position, followed by the eSim Sport Cup 2, also very close together there. 7th position, well, they were racing on their own. WS Racing Esports 242, followed by T3 Esports Beta, 9th and 10th, then MSC Knetzgau and Epic Sim Racing Yellow. 11th, 12th, 13 and 14, I just take them. Race Tech Performance Pink, R4F Esports Cup, Prodyna E-Racing and Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, who stopped their race after the first lap.
GT4 class with a small grid today, but it looked like it was double the cars, basically, how much action we saw. SimScene Racing had won the warm-up, the quali race, DSim Sport in P2, Keep on Racing Iron Vision in P3, Prodyna at the end on P4. What a finish between Landgraf and Penquit. Schubert P5, Adrenalin, In Motorsport P6, and Ringifiziert in P7. And again, the two leaders in the championship, Adrenalin and Schubert. Not the best result, and just a quick update. Heusingenfeld is not leading, it's Urano, but by 0.01 points, so they're basically at the exact same point level.
Yeah, there we go then for the SP3T. We got 2 Team Heusingenfeld cars leading, so there's no issue from that side in that class. Impulse Racing 42 in third. Fourth is T3 Esports Delta, followed by WS Racing Esports 442 in fifth. Race Tech Performance Green in sixth. Sim Projects Racing Team in seventh, and GT Tempo Racing, a team that was well known and well established, in eighth position. So, Daniel, we will go into a quick commercial break, but then, you know what awaits? 22 laps of the Green Hell.
A very, very nice race. You can look forward to that. We will be back. Stay tuned.
Right. Stay tuned.
You were moved.
Are you spending a lot of time looking for setups and struggling for faster lap times? Are you tired of searching online for answers? Would you like to get setups, analysis and tutorials from some of the best sim racers in the world like Ralph Alla, Mitchell de Jong, Martin Krunker, Josh Rogers and many more? If so, virtualracingschool.com is the answer you've been looking for. VRS data packs provide hot laps from our professional coaches for you to analyse and replicate. They provide tutorials that walk you through the fastest laps and what the pros did to achieve the best times. And they provide the setups you need to ensure your car is competitive in both oval and road racing. If you're ready to get faster and reach more podiums sooner than later, just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a free account today.
Virtual.
You were moved.
And we are back from the Döttinger Höhe, where we are lining up for the grid of the main event 2 minutes before we start this race. We are starting at kilometer 21, where the pace car will lead them onto the start-finish straight. Of course, we know, Daniel, there will be gaps in between the classes.
Yeah, a little bit of a bigger gap between the first two and the Cup and GT4 classes, and a little bit of a smaller gap between the GT4 and the SP3Ts. So every driver should know what they have to do. But I want to talk a lot about Team Heusingfeld a little bit, why we see the GT3 grid forming up here. What a disastrous result for them in the sprint race. Only P18. We will see them. They will have to fight through the whole field, and they will basically be out of chance to take the victory today. The cars in front are too fast for that. It will be a hell of a drive for them today.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they can make up the pace that they're lacking quite drastically. We're gonna see something interesting probably from our Vision STS Sim Racing team. Urano, the 90 car, the leading car, is waiting quite a long time until they join the grid. Of course, they want to make sure that the tires don't cool too much before the race starts.
Yeah, Melchers really was quite impressive.
There we go.
His job will be to open up the gap, to make it easier for his colleagues.
If they don't botch the start like they did last time by, they really have to take care about the 60 kph limit. And also this time we will see full course yellows, which we didn't see despite a huge crash into the Hohenrhein chicane.
It was one car to less.
Yeah, but it was in the way of others, so that,
Yeah,
that was very close in my opinion to a multiple car accident.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
So yeah, it's a sensible decision to throw full course yellow, because you're gonna at least have 2 minutes with a slowdown field, the people of 20 seconds. So that's a new thing, that the pace car actually disappears.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, you see them crawling now. You see them crawling now. They don't want to overdo it again.
Yeah, in the briefing document it says that an accident with 4 vehicles are involved is necessary to trigger full course yellow. So it was only 3. Maybe they didn't want to break their own rule at the first possible moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you. It was maybe the time to just to do just that. So again.
So yeah, let's see then. GT3 start will be used this time by, as Melchers is like crawling along. He's not going 1 kph over it. He's making sure, because he got his warning already, his black and white flag, so to say. The number 91 car got a 1 penalty point, which adds up in the end of the season if they don't be careful during this race as well, because more time to drive is more time to collect points, but also the negative ones.
Andre Melchers on our left at the front. Besides him is Vasilios Beliziotis in the second row. Mario Juri and Sebastian Schmalenbach, Kevin Volk and Jens Hohmann in row number 3. Not easy to find your right place here, but it's only a short time to sort yourself, make yourself ready, and let's start this thing. I think very good reaction by Schmalenbach. Maybe the Uranos were talking to each other. It very much looked like it. Schmalenbach from P4 to P2. Maybe Yuri on the inside.
Yeah, Yuri doesn't want to let it happen. Just to get to P2. Very clean start from most of the field, as I could see. But as it looks like, Urano is having 1 and 2. But our Envision STS, they tried to get, of course, their position somewhat back. They lost out on the start big, now only in 4th position. They kind of switched with Schmalenbach. We got some cars going very wide, aggressive driving by both Lamborghini drivers now on the inside. And look how they are trading positions. The Porsche is now only in 6th.
Yeah, very bad exit there for Vasilios Beliziotis. I was about to say he knows that line, but that didn't help him there.
Horses
3
that way to the
positions
outside.
down, and that is the result of, I think they talk to each other.
Yeah, they said I'm going now, and then both hit
Exactly.
hit the throttle.
Because you're allowed to overtake immediately after the leading car accelerates.
Let's see then what the Porsche Cups are doing on or top left of the screen. Daniel, take it away.
Yeah, we have the RC Cup, IAS Sim Racing. They went from the last position to P2 in the sprint race, and now they are looking for even one place more. But is Stefan Hermann in the yellow and black Sim RC Cup car leading away, and that looks very comfortable into turn 1. Maybe on the inside, IAS. Simon Amoser very late on the break, but look at this all around the outside. Dennis Aras-Fabry, and he takes the lead. Yeah. Shortest line, should be able to make it stick now,
Oh my god.
and he does.
Oh my god, he just goes from third to first. And look at that, Simmer C doesn't have any chance whatsoever. to
Yeah,
keep
he's
their
got
positions
no
in
clue
the
where
left,
he-
right, and
where-
center. T3 Esports is on there as well, too wide going now into the shortcut. Oh, and there's a big crash between T3 Esports and
That's
IAS Sim
Amoser,
Racing
yes.
Schweiz Cup, and that is a hit to the rear, and I think the spoiler is bent a little bit as well, and that's gonna cost them a lot of aerodynamics onto the long parts where you can go full throttle. I mean, remember, it's 75 to 80%, 100% throttle on this track, even if you would think otherwise.
Stefan Hermann, he had no idea where Dennis Aras-Fabry was coming from.
And he's gone. Look at that.
Yeah, that's not only move of the race, that's move of the season so far. And
Yeah.
much more. That's not something you see every day. But those are the moments we are racing for. And I'm very sure that's like a plus 5% in the skill level of Dennis Aras-Fabry immediately. That's a confidence you don't lose so fast.
Let's see if Schubert can do the same thing now in the GT4. The SP10 has started. It looks like there's only BMWs, and then you have the Schubert and the Iron Vision STS Porsches taking it a little bit easier into turn 1. Very wide there. But yeah, with comfortable gap. I mean, look at the confidence that he has.
Yeah, but I thought in the background I saw one of the Heusingfeld Audis in trouble now. They are both
Yep,
P1 and P2.
There was only one Heusingfeld Audi I could instantly make
Yeah,
out.
one did lose a position.
Are they driving
Two-
slowly? Is their full course yellow?
To Impulse Racing, we have no sign that.
Or
has
they
happened.
just or just feel slow compared to the GT3.
I think
That's possible.
that's the thing. Yeah, that's the case. So comfortable lead.
Wait, no, this is not maximum tempo. No one is attacking. Yeah, there we go. Full course yellow. I knew it. I knew it. They are faster usually. So full course yellow now means 120 kph plus minus 5 kph is now the thing. I'm not sure how long this will be. The pit lane is of course always open. Pit stops and fast repair penalties may be completed, but it's not allowed to complete penalties from race control, and it will be announced again as well. We didn't get the whisper though, which would be interesting to hear that as well in our ears.
All the car leaders will take charge again. The other cars in the class are allowed to catch up. So all the different categories will come back together. We also see small dents in the Orano here with the number 90.
Oh, that is of course for the Uranos. This is not what they need, because now they lose all the advantage that they had, because they had already 3 seconds towards the next car, which is the Iron Vision STS, the green-pink car, which you can see on the lower left of your screen. Obviously, everyone can keep the tires warm. Wiggling is allowed. And it's going to be interesting when it starts, because it's going to be a single file restart. The lead vehicle. So let's see. The restart will be in single file behind the lead car, which is of course for each class respectively. After the announcement, green flag track clear, it is the responsibility of the lead vehicle of each class to start the race within 20 seconds at its own discretion. And overtaking is only allowed again as soon as the following curve has been passed at race speed. So for example, if they would be going green now and the Urano would be going now, they only were allowed to overtake after the carousel has been done and the next turn is there, and that was embarrassing. Jumping out of the carousel.
It's luckily that it doesn't do anything right now.
Yeah.
But it's also the point. We just talked about the brilliant move from Dennis, and he was in the flow immediately from the start of the race. He didn't like to see a full course yellow to break down his rhythm. Other guys surely did. Also the tires maybe are cooling down a little bit. And this is
especially with these low track temperatures. I mean, it's got less. It's 23.9 degrees average now on the track.
This is Roman Perschke, who lost the position to Matthias Magnusson. Impulse Racing now on P2. We said it. Yeah, he was a little bit wide. I saw it a small bit of it in the background. He was a little bit wide through turn 1 and couldn't defend the position through turn 2.
To be honest, the SP3T, it always looks like it's duckling family following each other. I don't know why. It doesn't happen to have the same feeling with the GT3s. It's just the SP3T Audis, where it looks like a duck family crossing the road.
That's quite a nice picture you've drawn there.
Instead of making engine noises, just imagine quacking.
Quack, 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 quack. Like that would be a horrible punishment. Like lose a bet or something, and you had to drive one race
with a quacking engine.
With a quack, quack, quack.
Quack.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when you don't shift, it's like quack, 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 quack. I mean, probably someone already did this as a mod or something. I mean, people race with hay bales in BeamNG, so
yeah, if not, do it.
Yeah, we will do it.
now.
Oh, we have to finish every sentence with quack if you lose a bet.
Yeah.
Every sentence, yeah.
The two of us, we personally make sure that at least one of the drivers next season will have to drive one race like that.
Just the quali race, to be fair.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's a good compromise.
Yeah. Or just replace every saying from the spotter with quack. Like quack left, quack right.
Quack seconds. Yep. Very helpful. Okay, we're waiting for Focus Yellow still to end. When this will happen will be decided by race control. And as you beautifully explained, the leading car then takes charge and you can only overtake after one corner. Still, the gaps were closed. And we are still expecting 22, 21 laps. Not 22, 21 laps, 20 laps maybe.
That's actually a lapped race. It's actually a lap race. We usually reach the laps before the time, but with full control, that can change, yeah.
No, I'm just wondering if you're still in lap 1 or lap 2, but I think we're still in lap 1.
Yeah.
So 21 to go after that. And the timing you see at the top of the screen, it basically tells us the maximum amount of time which we have. If we see more of those full course yellows, I don't know how many we need, I think quite a few, but maybe we'll also hit the timing limit. But usually that shouldn't be a problem.
So, the restart procedure, in my opinion, is very interesting. And let's see a replay first of turn 3, the reason why we actually, I think, went for a full course yellow, Daniel.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he was losing it. Jonas Wanner in the T3. He did brake on the inside in the grass, and obviously that's a no-go. And he was very late on the brake, so he probably was fully on the 100% brake pressure, and the right side, the right rear probably, or maybe the right front, but as it looked, it was the right rear, was not stopping at all. And he was probably turning a little bit already because he was, as I said, very late on the brakes.
Quick info, by the way, the 91 is in the pits. The 91 is taking the first pit stop. So is Kevin Falk in Phoenix Racing Esports DNLS 1 and Sim Racing Academy Black. All three of them went for a first and fast pit stop because you don't lose, obviously, as much time as you would during a green phase. And that would be the splash and dash that most of them need in the end.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the GT3s. They usually are very comfortable doing 7 and 8 laps. They can catch up again. Maybe they had damage. But they should hope that the full Corsair stays long enough to catch up again. Otherwise, I'm not so sure about that, to be honest. No tire changes for Phoenix Racing. Kevin Falk was only stopped for 7 seconds. So yeah, maybe just picked up a little bit of fuel, but as I said, usually they are pretty comfortable. We saw Urano and Sim Racing Academy Black with 35-second pit stop time, so that sounds like the tires have been changed.
6.9 seconds for Kevin Falk, so they just refill. That is usually the splash and dash distance they have to do in the end.
Yes, I said I'm not so sure, to be honest.
Like in the last race, it was like one 7-second stop, which actually helped them to get to the finish, but they might not need it.
Yeah, I think if we have one more full course, even if this day is the only one, it's very long time already.
And we're always very close to the 22 laps on the 3 hours. So this might be very much.
The chat is requesting another replay from the accident. I wouldn't mind, to be honest. But I think it was quite clear to see that, yeah, the mistake was on its own.
Yeah, it looks like either the brake bias was all the way in the rear or...
brake magic.
Yeah, the magic, yeah.
The
It's just the other way around.
Yeah. Yeah, gives us time to fill the void here.
Yeah, filling the void. What are you doing when you're not just working your rear end off or meeting up with Markus Koch? What is your favorite game at the moment which you're playing? Doesn't need to be a racing game.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't play much racing games anymore. Mostly watching them and talking to them. My favorite game, to be honest, I'm looking forward for the what's the Civilization clone is called. Get it? It's like a new game. It's like Civilizations. Let me just check. Humankind, it's called.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Probably have the time to start playing it.
Look at the duckling family in the rear. You know what I mean?
On the weekend. Otherwise. Otherwise, I'm kind of fixed to Hearts of Iron 4 at the time.
Yeah. My favorite game at the moment is actually Gold Rush, if you know that. It's kind of leaning onto this series on Discovery or DMAX or where you want to watch it, but it's actually the game, and it's mostly an indie game, but it's actually quite challenging, and it's really hooking. So once you start it, time flies by so quickly.
Yeah, to be honest, the best games today, most of very quality games are indie games.
Yeah, it's on the Unity engine, so
that's usually the guys who really care, you know.
Yeah, and it's lovely. I mean, there are some bugs which you can easily work around, like the tutorial is balked a little bit, but that made me skip it and just find out everything on my own.
Oftentimes with a game is the idea that counts.
Yeah, I mean the game is lovely. I mean, I love
so
it.
we ended the full course yellow. We get the replay.
I'm not sure if the full course yellow is ended, but there's a replay from another perspective as the chef requested it.
The T3
focus on the car, on the yellow car, and the next. Oh yeah,
he was on the cross.
It was brake. It looked like brake bias. The rear wheels were locking up. He was so hard braking, that all the wheels were locking up, and it was just the rear was just overtaking the front because it got so light on the rear end. He was so hard on the brakes. He must have missed his braking points by at least 20 to 30 meters.
Yeah, completely thrown it away there. Yeah, we're back racing.
Finally, nice timing.
From the first perspective, it looked so rapid that I just assumed that he was in the grass, but he was far from it. Yeah, big mistake there. So Urano, only one at the front after the 91 pitted.
Yeah, and it's just place P1 to 21 are fighting together.
Are they back? Are they back together?
Urano is currently on 20, the other car.
Yeah, timing wise, I don't think they are. No, they are.
They're all the way back.
Yeah. They waited. The race control waited till all the classes were back together.
There's still there was a little ghost contact there between the Porsche and the BMW. I mean, if you get onto the grass on the outside there, yeah, if they were on the outside on the grass, that would have been a tap at the wall for certain.
Yeah, masterclass driving by Lukas Kwasnik. Not Lukas Kwasnik. No, Lukas Kwasnik.
Yeah, Lukas Kwasnik. 118. Now we look at the rear of that car.
We have different colors usually between the classes, but in the GT3 class also between the Porsche and the other cars.
Yeah, because of the BOP.
Yeah, so I was a little bit confused there for a moment. But look at this close fighting. One of the fastest parts of the track.
I mean, if that's the thing, we can have another full course yellow with like 1 hour to go, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Now Coral Chola Carousel. Well, when you come there the first time in the race, you always are hoping that you pick the spot right.
Fun fact, all the cars, doesn't matter if you're driving a Mini Cooper or a GT3, the maximum speed in there is about 90 kph, apart if you're not like an LMP1 car. But usually most of the cars do 90, maximum of 100 in there.
Yeah, it's an absolutely iconic, a unique corner where you don't find something like that on another track on the world.
And you pull about 2G in there. Like it's with the 2 times the gravity, the force of gravity, it pulls you out of your seat. I drove it on the Leipzig test track, and it's surreal driving that.
Yeah, especially with the kind of road, which feels like it's still the original pre-war one.
Yeah, it is actually, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was looking forward, I was looking for information today about that, but I couldn't find something.
But I mean, concrete is very stable, and it gets harder the longer it cures. So that might be possible.
I was very interested in that. Obviously, the track is renewed every now and then, different parts of it, and look at the right side. Arn Vision versus Schubert.
As usual.
Yeah, difficult place to overtake.
Schubert staying in 4th so far. Not sure how long that will be, because they are upping the pressure now onto Loris Brock, who could hold them for 30 minutes, but can he hold them for 3 hours? That's the question.
Yeah, and here we see Matthias Grünzel hunting Sascha Landgraf. Adrenalin Motorsport, second in the championship. Right behind Schubert, both of them with, yeah, let's just say it like it is, not a good race. Actually a very bad race so far.
91 talking about a bad day.
Unsafe rejoin. Okay.
They're not having the best kind of days today, didn't they? But it might have been the 22, but at least the 91 is involved again.
Did something happen between those cars? Unsafe rejoin?
Somebody might have spun, but Mari Yuri is last in the GT3.
Yeah, they were in the pits. Is he like far away? No, he's still with them. He just overtook Patrick Schäfer. But I just thinking about where those two cars would come together.
Oh, don't go free wide again, please.
not at this time of the race, at least.
And again, it would have been a Porsche and another BMW, so...
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking, the Orano here, the 91, it was full course yellow, and they were in P2.
They're going
then-
into the pit again.
Yeah, and then
massive
they were
damage.
pitting. Then they were pitting, and in the pit in iRacing you can just drive through one another.
Yeah, but
So-
there might have been a fast repair that they repaired, and now they are sitting
Yeah, but
there. and
something
doing the
else had
penalty.
something else needed to happen. Otherwise, why would they stop again?
Yeah, this is now for the penalty for the fast repair. If they took a fast repair during the full course.
Yes, Tobias. But I mean, why did they need to do a fast repair? We didn't see them in.
Oh wow!
trouble.
Okay. Now you see what happened. They have a 5-second stop and hold penalty for unsafe rejoin. So they might have had an issue flow
yeah.
of the track. So that is interesting.
Came back and crashed with Sim Racing Academy.
Yeah,
But we didn't see that. That was exactly this is the scene we were missing.
yeah. The missing link, sadly. But you know, that's endurance racing. I mean, stuff happens. You don't even know. You know, there could be code 60 at the other end of the track, and you don't even know because it's a Nordschleife.
Yeah.
The commentators don't even know about all the code 60s and everything going on track. They just notice that the car is missing from the timing screen for quite some while. That is how vastly huge this track is, actually.
That's a GT. No, that's a Cup car class. 11 Cup. The class in which we saw Dennis Aris Fabre with the highlight reel of today. Just take that clip and put it on the interwebs. You will get a lot of clicks, I think. Just asked. Maybe the SRD beforehand. Otherwise, he can get into trouble. And quite a lot of trouble right now with Steffen Hermann. After he was baffled in the first corner by Dennis Aris Fabre. Maybe a little bit fighting with the car. Maybe a small contact between the two cars we didn't see. Didn't realize at the time. But he's losing he's losing Max Kessler in the impulse. And obviously Dennis as well. 4 seconds already between him and the leading car. And now we see what happened.
Wow.
Okay.
There was no chance for the giddy BMW to actually get out of the way in that moment.
And
that's it for them, I guess. Yep, 10 minutes tow time. Or even more from that position. And then the time for the repairs. They already 1 minute in there. So not all is lost yet.
but you also saw the Urano in the pits already. So that still wasn't the scene between those two cars. That was that was the reason why they were pitting. Something
Yeah, they hit the number 2 car.
yeah, but something had to either before or after. It's a mystery.
I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell you. Let's say it's a mystery. Race control knows more than us, and let's call it a day. Because the WS Racing incident was quite close. It was like 2 minutes ago, and Urano was already twice in the pits. So yeah, it could have been anything.
Anyway, Team Race Gitter, Sim Scene Racing. And behind them, it's the Team Heusingfeld. P10 for Mats Torgeholzfeld. So he gained 8 positions already. Quite a nice start, but surely more to come. And here, more to come for our two, big mistake by René Penquit. Not only losing 1 position to Envision, also losing the second one to their main rivals in the championship. And that surely is something he doesn't like. Adrenalin Ide Motorsport, Matthias Grünze. That's the fight for the 3rd position In front of those cars are SimScene Racing and D SimSport. 4 seconds between the first two and another 5 seconds to this group.
Is there a start number missing on the SimScene Racing car? I don't see the number 169 on the starting block. Yeah, they didn't put the number on. Look. Not sure if that's worth a penalty or if that's a mistake by the system that works around it. But what we know is it's still close between the positions 6 through 10. That's Phoenix, Aliveries, SimScene Racing, Team Racegitter and Team Heusingwald.
Kevin Borrell in the Porsche, which is yet another Porsche running in front of Team Heusingfeld. You can't help but to wonder, are they going to switch back? I don't even know if it's allowed to switch back the car. But maybe that's something they should consider regarding the latest results.
So we got 18.6 laps remaining for, I think, the leader at least. What do you think? Oh no, it's already Penquid. So it's about 18 laps that is left. Do you think we will have enough time for that in 2.5 hours with 2 pit stops?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't follow you there.
So do you think we will have enough time for 18 to 19 more laps with 2 pit stops?
Yeah, gotcha. I'm really not sure.
Where are your math skills? Live math. Let's go for second.
Okay, let's
WS
go.
Racing, Iron Vision.
We have 2 hours 30. So that's basically 150. With a lap time of 10 minutes, 15 laps. It will be close, to be honest.
There is 16 laps to go now for the GT3.
Yeah, very long full course yellow. Nice overtaking maneuver.
So if you get one more full course yellow of some sort, no, it might get close because the 16 laps, you know, there is pit stops in there, so we will lose another at least 4 minutes.
Yeah, so I think it's about the time right now.
Yeah, it's just about enough to do it. If there's one full course yellow more, then it's going to be interesting strategy-wise.
I wouldn't put my hand in the fire for the correctness of this information, but the teams should definitely start to think about that.
It's 8 minutes, by the way, for the lap, not 10.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm stupid. 8 minutes. It was. Yeah. I was looking at the.
Yeah, me too.
At the wrong class.
Yeah, it's 128 minutes, so there is a chance that we.
So yeah, then they have around 25 minutes to spare right now. 20 to 25 minutes to spare. Yeah, I just wanted to make the calculation easy by assuming 10 minutes per lap. A little bit easier to add up.
Yeah, totally. So let's look at the position that Heusingwald is currently in, 9th, which is a lot. Well, they were 9th at least. Wait, they were 9th. Where are they now? Because it still says 9th on their. They're 8th now. All right.
Yeah,
so
I think
it's 10 positions better than the start, so that's something at least.
Yeah, I think the box at the car, it only updates over the finish line.
Yeah, it does. I mean, in real life, you only have like 6 places where it updates, and depending on where the overtake happened, you can see 2 cars with the position 9, actually.
Next attack. Cup class. And it's Simon Amoser. We saw a lot of him today already. Will we see a successful overtaking maneuver? Looks like it. Very much in front. And very much ahead now. Gets the corner. Yeah, that's... it looked easy. And I'm sure it kind of was. Back to the class that we put a little bit into focus today. From the beginning we talked about those two cars we see right here, the white and blue car of Adrenalin Motorsport and the black, white and green car behind from Schubert Motorsport. The two leading cars in the championship, less than 2 points apart. And if you don't know what I'm talking about by saying less than 2 points, check out the point system. Sim Racing minus Deutschland. .de. I think you all got that. And you can see the championship standings for yourself. It's always a little bit better, I think, than just listen to it. See what do we have here. Urano, Regelverstoß. Yeah, means there was some rule. They did break, apparently. So more bad news for them. And now the attack.
Very early on the straight.
Yeah, and look at this. The Schubert is going out with him.
Let's see, there's the gap opening up for our Envision STS.
Yeah, Grünzel needs his eyes in the mirror right now.
Oh, they go free wide again. Oh, I hope don't do it. Yeah, Schubert definitely pulling back from that situation. They didn't want to go free wide.
I think the Porsche is missing a little bit on the straights compared to the BMW. Tankit really needs to overtake Brock right now. Needs to gain this one position to stay right behind his competitor. But maybe Loris now with the overtaking maneuver getting into turn 1. Very late on the brakes, but it's too late, much too late.
Yeah, but if he can keep it on the inside, that is a place well earned, and he does keep it on the inside there. And this is a situation where Schubert can profit from if they just stick behind Iron Vision. Now look, the BMW had to brake a little bit differently than they would have liked to.
Yeah.
And now it's Schubert just behind their Iron Vision, giving the BMW a lot more space than they probably would have needed. But they are ahead.
Got it.
Yeah, he got it. Very defensive driving from the BMW, thinking about the long run instead of the short gains.
Yeah, look at this, Roman Perschke. He lost 2 other places. Also the Impulse Racing, I think, lost positions. Yeah. Impulse back from P2 to P4. Heusingfeld back from P3 to P5. P3 Esports, WS Racing, the Boca, the two cars which gained positions. We see them in front of them, and the other Heusingfeld cars already quite a way up the road.
Nice perspective there from the Lambo or Audi. I mean, it does sound the same, but it should be a Lamborghini which we're on, or is it?
Yep. P3 Lambo.
Yeah.
The wedge-shaped car. I think I said it last time in the German stream, but I gladly like to repeat myself here. I think Lamborghini they copied Porsche in the way that they don't make new cars anymore.
they just make evolutions.
Yeah, they just Steuerung C, Steuerung V.
I mean, Porsche doesn't make new cars. You have to think about it. Why would you? I mean, Lamborghini doesn't get that right because you need a perfect car to begin with.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, right on the edge there. I'm not mad with Porsche. Don't understand me wrong. That's pretty much fine. That's their thing. But Lamborghini it's getting boring. Lamborghini, what are you doing?
I mean, they did an homage to the Countach.
Yeah, that's
actually.
not bad, but it's still like
It still
if you-
looks like a Huracan, yeah.
Yeah, if you put a cover over it, it's the same car.
Yeah, but you have to think about Porsche. They have a perfect car, and they changed like here a few things, there a few things. But to be honest, in my opinion, we see the Cup Porsche here, of course. The newest Cup Porsche, which is the newest generation of the standard Porsche model, they got so wide. It looks more like a genuine GT3 car than actually a Cup car. Did you see the Porsche Super Cup lately? They are so wide now compared to what we're seeing here in iRacing, for example.
Yeah, but I really like especially the backside. If that's
Yeah.
wide on a Porsche, that's nice. I don't mind that at all.
I mean the Lamborghini rear is also nice to look at, I gotta say.
But let's just check back to this very nice
Battle.
fight we saw. Yeah.
Mistake by the Mercedes, and there's a chance open for T3. Are they taking it? No, doesn't look like it.
Yeah, they gained the position beforehand on the Döttinger Höhe. Also, Matsorge Hutfeld with another position gained. We see him here. Quickly in the forefront. He overtook the other Porsche. Simsine Racing, Kevin Borrell. Just to clean this stuff up. And Jens Hohmann, we were driving with him earlier, now in pursuit of Mario Brunn and Florian Grabowski. And we switch back into the Cup class onto the hood of the 210 Wolf Motorsport.
So, were there another incident, or was that the same incident where there was no further action? I think they protested against it. Okay, Wolf making the overtake. Nicely done.
Yeah, I'm checking.
It was incident number 8. Or was it? Oh no, incident number 9. Well, there was something new. Yeah, this is a different thing.
Yeah. Yeah, incident 9 and 10.
Yeah. So there was something different, and a Regelverstoß, which means breaking the sporting code of this series, which could mean chat, in-game chat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The explanation literally says Start war regelkonform, which means the start was according to the rules, and we saw that very quick start from the 91 where we immediately expected or speculated that they were talking to each other and timing the start accordingly. And maybe, they tried to test the waters with race control, but if it's not,
Oh,
if
guess what?
it's not forbidden, it's allowed, basically.
Yeah, there's another incident where the 91 is part of, and afterwards there's another thing where the 91 is part of. So there are currently two things that are noted that race controllers can look at. One after 25 minutes, one after 30 minutes of the race. So that's interesting.
Yeah, they're having a horrible race.
Wow.
It looked very good. Still, we don't know what happened. There was one, and it gets more mysterious as the time ticks on.
Oh, by the way, here, the thing which the race control is currently looking at, the penalty for incident beforehand, like the 5-second stop and hold, wasn't done properly because it was combined together with the fast repair penalty. So they have to come in one more time to do the stop and hold. And there might be a situation where they get a longer one because they just botched the rules. But let's look at the current standings.
Yeah. In the overview, Orano Esports, the number 90 championship leader and race leader, P1, WS Racing Esports P2, I envision. In a very good P3, we see the two cars in the picture. Adrenaline E-Motorsport in P4, Progressive Sim Racing Bravo P5, Phoenix Racing Esports in P6 and Team Heusingfeld up to P7, up 11 places. P8 for SimScene Racing.
P9 through 16 is then Team RaceGitter.de, followed by iLiveries Vibe Sports Red. T3 Esports Alpha and the Lamborghini, and Raceline SimSport with number 23. Artile Motorsport DNLS on 13th, German Sim Racing Purple VVLN just ahead of Piranha Sim Racing. And then there's Sim Racing Academy Black, 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes behind the leader. P17 through 21, that's Urano Esports Heineken Media, one with not a very fantastic race. And iLiveries Vibe Sports Purple, just behind then WS Racing Esports number 2, Frida Esport on 20th, and Phoenix Racing Esports DNLS 3 laps down. But we also have the Cup 2 category.
It's quite a sight to see an Urano on the last page. In the Cup class, Sim Racing Academy Red is leading in front of Impulse Racing. 5 seconds the difference between those two cars. Sim RC Cup 2 in P3, followed by W&S E-Motorsport. IAS Sim Racing Schweiz Cup P5 in the fight with the Sim Sport Cup 2 at the moment. Behind them another fight between WS Racing Esports and the MSC Knitzgau e.V. Yeah, for position 7 and 8, and also no further action between car number 2 and number 15, WS Racing and Phoenix Racing Esports. That was a incident in the GT3 class. We will also have another site for the Cup 2, where we will see Produna E-Racing, Epic Sim Racing Yellow, Wolf Motorsport. Look at the times, very close together, those 3 cars. Racetech Performance Pink, R4F Esports Cup, and T3 Esports Beta, with a whole lap behind the leading car, so their race basically is over. They can only hope that other cars get into such trouble as well, so they maybe can hope for another position, but otherwise they will stay in last position.
Let's see then what makes the SP10 category, because we're not missing out on those, of course, as we're still looking at a car through the carousel. Never gets old. There we go then, with a break on the Schubert. It's SimScene Racing leading ahead of DE SimSport SP10 with a nice healthy gap of 7 seconds. Adrenaline E-Motorsport and Schubert just behind each other on screen currently in 3rd and 4th. ProDyna E-Racing GT4 then on 5th. Keep on Racing Iron Vision STS with their green and pink Porsche on 6th. And Ringifiziert Sim Racing also close behind. We should be able to see them actually at the back of the shot. There they are. It's 3 of them together, just behind our Battling 2 there. We could just see them about in the rear.
It's a race of 2 classes inside the class. SimScene between SimSport and the rest of them. Oh, and what is happening here? That's a Lamborghini on the Döttinger Höhe. Was it a T3? I think it
somebody, was. I think somebody miscalculated the gap they had. Let's see, where's the 71? Where's the 71?
It was the 71.
Yeah, it was the 71. I know that because it's selected on our live timing.
Well, we will have a look at that situation after we will check the SP3T standing. So Heusingfeld 3.5 seconds in front of T3 Esports. Good job so far from the 471. Keeping the gap close. Impulse Racing in P3, WS Racing Esports P5. Then the other Heusingfeld, only P5 at the moment. Racetech Performance Green, GT Temple Racing and Zim Project Racing Team. Quite a close race, at least between the top 5. And not 2 Heusingfelds in front. So quite a different picture. Let's see if maybe T3 or Impulse, WS Racing, if one of them can reach for the victory today.
Well, we will see the replay of the T3 car. What happened there, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we will see right now, and then please analyze what happens.
Yeah, I try my best. Let's wait for the pictures. and just enjoy the moment with the leading SP3T car. Now it comes. So we are in the battle. That is the Mercedes von Mayo Brunn.
Oh, I see what happens.
And he clips him
Yeah.
right at the spot where you don't want to get clipped. No chance there for the 71 to rescue anything. And it's, yeah, it was,
Misjudgment.
ja, Misjudgment, leichtsinnig würde man auf Deutsch sagen. Ja,
Ay. What a mess. That's pretty much the race for the 71 over, right?
and he was quite a lot in front of him. He should be able to see him, to be honest. Yeah, that's unlucky. You basically just push this button and the race is over for you. On the straight, where you don't even expect something to happen. It's if it's for a move, then it's something else, but it really wasn't there. And Phoenix Racing Esports, Urano, number 91. I think every time they will read no further action today, they will sigh a deep breath. And what I wanted to say is that not exactly the same, but a similar message. And even with consequences, we will see not so far away in the future concerning the incident we just saw in the replay.
Yeah, but race control still doesn't have that much to do today. Thinking about the other races that already happened, so it got better, I gotta say.
Yeah, Jens Hohmann immediately took to the pits, so he's not on course to do 2 stops. Unless we see another full course yellow, but I don't think you can plan for that.
Nah. I mean, people plan for safety cars in Formula 1, so...
Yeah, it was a quite interesting story. We all know Sebastian Vettel was disqualified after the race in Hungary last time.
Yeah.
And the 2 Williams, they also were running out of fuel, but
they stopped direct.
yeah,
but usually if you stop, actually, they calculate the fuel needed to go from the position you stop to the pit lane, and that is taken into consideration to the 1 liter as well.
Yeah, and anyway, and Williams mechanic, like, they basically said they were calculating like always. So they were getting lapped, so they had 1 liter, not 1 liter, 1 lap to less in the tank from the beginning. So they really didn't expect this great result for the team.
Yeah, I mean that was a crazy race.
But I don't think the races today are any less spectacular. And this man is on a mission, Mats Torge Hutzfeld. He started P18 and into the Mutkurve.
Boah!
Gets past his next enemy, Julian Reimer.
I mean, they know how to drive, I gotta say that.
Finn Marks just had no chance there. Just had to accept his fate. But it's quite a good job from the production team. They pick nice scenes for us today. Every time they changes the camera, both of the drivers are in the picture, are immediately starting to act. Let's see if that happens here as well. Simon Anmoser, Thomas Asmussen, IS Sim Racing Schweiz, W&S eMotorsport. Meanwhile, look at this difference. Schubert, Adrenalin, Podyna. Everything under 1 second. GT4s very close together. As well as the 2 cup cars we see here. And we also see on the 205 slight damage on the front. which on some tracks you can say maybe it doesn't hurt too much, but on the Nordschleife every little bit counts. So that's easily 1 or 2 seconds per lap he's missing there. Really depends on the amount of damage. Could also be a graphical bug, so we see damage that isn't there. Don't say that's the case right now, but it could be. And Asmussen, in contrast to Mats Hutzfeld, not able to overtake into the Mutkurve. But we switch back to Lukas Kwasnik. Major moment earlier, and now with the attack on Vasilios Beliziotis for second position, 10 seconds behind the leader Andre Melchers. Beliziotis crosses back into the slipstream of Kwasnik, but it's not close enough to attack. Maybe on the pit straights. That's the next possible place to think about an attack. And I think Beliziotis just took the chicane a little bit better. Gains on the BMW. Lukas decides to go on the outside, but we also saw it today. That's very much possible to overtake around the outside. Beliziotis versus Kwasnik. And Beliziotis now with the advantage into turn 3.
Oh.
And into turn 4 he can make it stick, and we see Vibe Sports red high liveries with the 10-second stop and hold.
Yeah, that was totally their fault. They could have just lifted a little bit more.
And very clean overtaking maneuver here from both of them. First of all, Lukas on the Döttinger, not too hard, but a little bit more work, a little bit harder work to do ahead Vasilios Beliziotis to make it, to reverse it again at the end of the pit straight. That's a very, very fine maneuver. And quite a nice fight, but it's also good. Tobias, it's also good for Andre Melchers because he is gaining time, and he's increasing the gap. Now 11 seconds to those two.
Yeah, that's quite interesting battle that is going on that moment, but they have to really get going now to make it count. I mean, it's just 2 hours to go, which is not, well, just a little, but, you know, 2 hours can get quite short if you're having that much of a gap already 1 hour after the start of the race.
Absolutely, and we have to wait because we didn't see the driver changes yet. That always tips the balance a little bit. And especially if the battle is so close. It's always interesting to see which driver maybe just gets the better first lap, and that decides the whole evening for him. If he gets under pressure immediately, maybe he just can't reach his speed. And I don't think any amount of flashlights will get this Porsche past the other one on this straight.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
It's getting closer, but it's no
Oh, the 91 is getting now a drive-through penalty on top. Let's see what the race control writes to it.
Yeah, that's
so,
basically.
Yeah, that's the penalty for the other thing, which way where they did it. I mean, they still served 5 seconds stop and go, but they didn't do it rightly. So they just said, all right, then you do another lap through the pit lane.
First round of pit stops.
Yep, there they go.
To interrupt here.
No worries.
So that's the end of lap 6 for the Cup class. Yeah, it will be close in the end. If we see another full course yellow, maybe. But I think just the possibility will force the cars, the teams to go as long as possible. If you don't think it will happen and you risk it, or basically you drive like normal and you do this, you take the splash and dash at the very end, maybe you just could have saved that.
By the way, the Lamborghini T3 Esports Alpha now are in the middle of the Porsche Cup class, still putting down its penalty for the fast repair. 1 minute 30 currently stopped, so 30 seconds to go. So that will mean no blue flags with the Porsche Cup cars, and this will mean a very tough battle to get going on the get going again through the field, because they don't need to give you space.
No, it's quite difficult to overtake the other class here. There are very many corners where you just, if you're not in front, then you have to wait, and it really costs you time, especially against the Audis and the GT4s. The Cup is not too bad to stay behind for 1 or 2 corners. Obviously, you lose time, but not as much. And the 91 Urano, it's maybe a little bit early. We have 2 races to go. Also, the big one with 8 hours at the very end. But this might be the end of their championship campaign, to be honest. The gap was already there, and it will just increase. There's no chance that they can come back from this. There are also too many cars in between. So even if really those 2 cars everything would go terribly wrong. I mean, the other Urano and the Heusingfeld. There are still other cars in front of them in the line to take the lead. Urano and Team Heusingfeld, we said it, 0.01 points apart at the top of the table. Basically, head-to-head. And after today, it looks like the Urano Huawei will take a big step towards the championship. Team Heusingfeld, after the switch towards the Porsche, not as successful. Second place last time, it was okay, not bad. Urano had won the race, but nothing to worry about so far. But today, it really, you wanted them to take a step forward, but it looked like they have gone 2 steps back. But Mats Torge Hutzfeld, he's giving everything to turn this around. 6 positions, so 12 positions gained since the start of the race for him. Current distance to Urano, 30 seconds. So under normal circumstances, the victory is gone. But
Well, there's a nice view.
Yeah, he's actually quite right behind Julian Rehmer, Phoenix Racing. And let's see if we can figure out who are we watching here.
That's Dennis Alves Fabri we're watching, yep.
Yeah. Back to P4. He was leading, but he is basically still
watching his live telemetry as well. You can see next to the steering wheel, live telemetry, live input.
Yeah.
History of his pedals.
The 3 cars ahead of him didn't stop yet, so he's still leading the race, basically.
Yeah. And we're close to our fan immersion, by the way, where we go 1 lap on board with someone, and this time it will be the number 404, the SP3T, as we didn't see a lot of SP3T action yet.
And we will have quite a lot to see, because they are right behind Impulse Racing and right in front of WS Racing.
Also, what is interesting, it's almost a sacrilege what he's doing, driving a Formula wheel in a Porsche.
I think it's okay.
Nah.
The real crazy thing is drive with a Formula wheel in oval racing.
Yeah, that's I did that. I never did that again.
Well, that's like impossible.
I mean, you can do that, but say goodbye to your arms for the next 3 days afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also I can't imagine that you are as precise as with a round wheel, because it's just such a different driving experience. So we will be quiet for the next lap. We are at the pit straight, so the perfect time. Have fun with our fan immersion.
You were moved. were moved.
Und damit sind wir zurück. Es steht so noch Fan. We are back. Sorry for the German. And it still says fan immersion on the top though, but we still stay on board. We've seen from the 404 going into the pit lane, there was a slight tap to the rear of the car in front, which does not help a lot, doesn't it, Daniel?
It depends who you mean, because that's really something that can bring you out of the right mind.
You're not only the right mind, but if you get pushed into the pit lane, you might as well be speeding into the pit lane.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. But if that would be the case, I'm pretty I'm pretty sure, to be honest, that the race control would delete the speeding
Or would they?
penalty.
Or would they?
yeah, or would they? I think they should. Because in this case it would be obvious.
I mean, so you would think, right?
Yeah, but I don't think he got a penalty. You're a little bit slower. You're not. You have a little leeway, which you leave for yourself.
Well, yeah, you usually should have. There are more cars diving into the pit lane now from the GT3s who can go up to 8 laps, but apparently not all of them got the memo. Some of them went on 6, but I think they changed the fuel quite a bit in the BOP over the races. 1.4 laps, that has been the stint length of Urano Esports Huawei Andre Melchers. Still leading with a 36.7 second gap to the second positioned Iron Vision STS, who is under pressure currently from Phoenix Racing Esport DNLS 2. Julian Reimer now on that wheel and Maximilian Dehn for Iron Vision STS. So the pressure's up, but also in the Cup 2 category.
Yeah, basically the whole GT3 class were in the pit, at the pit stop at the same lap. So no difference in strategy there, but quite a fight here. WNS Esport, eMotorsport Sim RC Cup 2. They are in P4 and P5, and more importantly, both of them still with a touch to the front of the field. Maybe with the exception of Sim Racing Academy Red, Dennis Aras Fabri. What did I say to you right after his maneuver in the first corner? He's on a move now, and he shows that. 7 seconds his advantage over Max Kessler. He drives for Impulse Racing. And in between, in P3, we have Sim Racing Simon Amoser. More differences strategy-wise in the Cup class. IAS and WNS, we saw them in a lap earlier. No, sorry. A lap later than the rest. They are only in their second lap of the stint, while the other cars are already in the third GT4 class. They were all together, and with two exceptions, the SP3T class also on the same strategy. It was GT Temple Racing who did one lap less, and WNS Racing, who are currently leading the class for the moment, they haven't stopped yet. And now Team Heusingfeld, after the stops, in 4th position. So again, an position gained. Lukas Kwasnik now behind the Heusingfeld Porsche with the start number 1. In front of Hutzfeld, it is now Maximilian Dehn, who took over from Vasilos Belitsiotis in the Iron Vision STS. And Phoenix Racing Esports with Julian Reimer now in 2nd position. But basically also is a reason behind that shorter stop time from Phoenix Racing. Also quite a short stop time from Urano at the top of the table. Andre Melchers, pretty sure he has the same tires he started with still on his car. Probably the same is true for Julian Reimer, Dehn, Hutzfeld and Kwasnik, especially with long enough pit stops times. So they probably did change the tires. And they are now battling it out. We expect Hutzfeld to be a little bit quicker than Dehn, to be honest, at the moment. Dehn not even finished the whole lap yet. So he probably needs 1 or 2 more to really find the limits again. Remember, it was Belitsiotis who did the program so far this evening, and now the attack from Hutzfeld very early with the actual overtaking maneuver. Now we saw earlier that the BMW is maybe a little bit faster than the Porsches, but he stays out of the slipstream. So not even a real intention to go for the overtake. Watches like we do this battle from the distance. A battle which Mats Torge Hutzfeld seems to decide it for himself. They're now catching up with some of the GT4 cars. And yeah, Hutzfeld now on P3 brings Team Heusingfeld back into the race. Still far away from the leading car. Over 47 seconds right now with the exact same strategy. No, not exact same. They probably have a tire change more. So the real distance between those cars probably closer to 30 seconds. And also Phoenix Racing. It was also a quicker pit stop for them, so quite likely that they have that position at the end of the race as well. Yeah, but Urano is dominating today. Don't seem like everything can happen today to them. At least it was, as long as it concerns the number 90. Would be the reason that the 91 is in so much trouble. They took all the trouble off the 90 car. That's teamwork at its finest. And the iLiveries Mercedes. I don't think it wasn't Rolly Kilian. He took charge, took the wheel after the stop. also in the focus today already. Big crash with T3 right here. Some of the highlights. And obviously I can only remember us all that brilliant start from Dennis Aris Fabre in the main race. If you did not see that, feel free to rewind the stream. It's definitely worth a look. And let's see if we see Stefan Hermann having a look maybe into the inside. Decides against it. A little bit too far away from Stefan Asmussen. Thomas Asmussen, sorry. W&S. Who's also on the defense through turn 2 and 3. But seems like that chance is gone for the moment for Hermann. They are also fighting for quite a long time for this position. So Stefan really is tested in his... Yeah. He needs to really be patient. Especially if Naudi is like right at the wrong place at the wrong time. Don't really want to go outside this right kink. Has cost races before. You underestimate it before. It's really no problem because it's no problem if you have the line. Especially if the weather gets wet, which is not the case today. Could not be the case. And what we now see is the rear of Fabio Schürmann. Currently getting lapped by some of those GT3 cars. But most of all, he's getting followed by Sascha Landgraf in the Broduna BMW, the green one. And this right here is also not the easiest place to overtake a slower car. You're not really sure where you cross your line with the other car, the exact point where you overtake. Really depends. It could become really bad if it's right at the kink of a corner, right at the apex. Because you don't really want to lift, you don't want to lose time. You usually have the place, but it just can become ugly. We have the comparison of the lap times in the last laps between Phoenix Racing and Team Heusingfeld. Expected that Hutzfeld is a little bit faster. Phoenix Racing not in the position to counter at the moment. The question is, will it turn around at the end of the race? And Tobias, it was a really great comeback so far from Heusingfeld. 18th to 3rd, probably 2nd. But yeah, that needs a special driver, and Mats Hutzfeld definitely is one.
Yeah, the question is, it's not a thing of strategy, I think, looking at the stop times again of them. I think it's just sheer will that they're proving here right now, and they might be overdriving the car, but having the Porsches in 3rd and 4th is a great sign for the rest of the season to come.
I'm looking forward to Jan when he takes over the car. If he takes over, I think so. That's what I'm expecting, at least right now. if he can be inspired by Mats Torgoldsfeld. Really, really great drive so far from him. Terrible quali race, only P18. And if you be really honest, the only car who really can challenge the Urano lap times from the lap times.
Yeah, we would see with the lap times. They're not the fastest at the moment, but they're keeping up with Phoenix Racing Esports DNLS 2 Julian Reimer. They are actually 6/10 faster than them, 8 seconds apart. So they might meet after the next pit stop.
Yeah, it's very likely.
12 laps to go currently. Starting the 12th now, so we are past the halfway mark. And very close to the halfway mark, time-wise as well. One full course yellow might throw everything overboard what they had planned so far. I think. I mean, it's a possibility, but looking at the stop times of about a minute, that is already close enough. But imagine another full course yellow, which is very unlikely at this point of the race, I think. That could steal them at least one lap.
Yeah. And the thing is, on the Nordschleife, it really depends where the leading car is at the moment when the times run. So that could be the difference between, yeah, like at least, I don't know exactly, but 10 to 15 liters. So if it is getting close at the end, and we had another full course yellow, if you're the leading car, you might wanna go for an extra lap if you can decide. And now we are guests with Patrick Hen.
That's a very nice man cave he has there.
Yeah, great setup.
But he's driving a BMW and having a poster of an R8 LMS over there.
Yeah, the Audis. I don't know. No Audis in the field. I don't think.
No, it's just the Lambos are the Audis this time by. Which is very interesting because the Audis were also very... well, they're not as forgiving on the curbs as a Mercedes is, for example. But they're very drivable on the ring. But some of them said you were always on the edge with that car. I don't know how that changes with the Lamborghini, for example, since this is literally the same car underneath the hood. So there might be the difference. But look how calm Patrick looks. He's like, it's like a Sunday drive he's doing there. Totally in his rhythm.
Yeah, if you have a closer look, he has a very smooth wheel input. Not too much force feedback. He doesn't really struggle with holding the wheel at the right position. So it's a balance between the amount of feedback you get and, like I said, how steady you can hold the wheel. Because you don't want to shake too much that you really can't hold the angle you want to have. And also not many corrections while he drives. That's usually a sign of a very comfortable and very safe driving. So he's not on the limit right now. But it's probably not the time to be anyway.
Let's go full on board then with him.
Yeah, we're right after Fuchs Adenauer Forst right now. So now the acceleration to the area Metzgesfeld.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's having a coffee or something and a cup holder next to him.
Yeah, look, and that's a very fast left-hander.
He's so calm doing it.
Yeah.
Love the reflection in the window. Actually, that you can see more of the track itself.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not a window. That's a TV.
Yeah, you got me there for a moment.
Yeah, I thought that's a window actually, and I mean it's dark outside, so I mean it's not that far away. But who's also not far away is Fabio Schürmann from Sascha Landgraf, Prodina E-Racing, defending from Schubert Motorsport GT4 right now.
Yeah, that is a battle which has changed places. The cars have changed places since the last time we saw them. We were looking back from the back of Fabio Schürmann, now of the Schubert team. And Sascha Landgraf was following him. Now he's ahead. But Fabio definitely not giving up too quickly. First goal, obviously, after you got overtaken. Stick with the other car. Stick with the other guy until at least the dirting are here. There you have a good chance to maybe reverse it again. Or at least get the confidence to stick with the guy in front. Through the fast corners especially, where you really... Yeah, it's always a little bit other kind of driving if you have something someone in front. Especially this area right here, those very quick corners now. I hate those cars where you can't look through the windscreen in front of you to see your entry.
Oh man, they're so close together. I mean, there is a possibility to overtake. You can't even see the Porsche. So close behind. Probably even having the same braking point here. Not losing meter to the BMW.
Yeah, but Schürmann definitely looks fast enough to stick with him.
Yeah. Landgraf also being a very quick driver. Don't forget that. But Schürmann, as we know from the previous races, can turn stuff around.
The question is if he... I don't think it's too clever. I don't think it's not necessary to really attack right now. If he can stay with him and he has the knowledge, okay, I can do this. Maybe he should think about maybe not falling back, but basically don't present a threat anymore, because both of them are only 4 seconds behind Max Kessler, and with the speed that Simon, I'm in the wrong class. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. But the thing is, what he should do, or what he is probably doing, is saving fuel, because in iRacing fuel still calculated fuel flow by the throttle position. And if you're in the slipstream, you can ease off the throttle a little bit more often than you could leading. Also, he can pressure the enemy or the contran again, the competition into a mistake. So it's a win-win if you just stick behind them.
Absolutely. Sascha Burger is in P2 in the DA SimSport car, and that's 20 seconds nearly. Apart. Dirk Benecke took over in the SimScene Racing GT4, still in the lead, 3 seconds between the first 2 positions. So also still very, very close. I think SimScene Racing and SimSport, they found each other. What close racing we saw from them last time around already, and it's a direct repeat this time.
Let's go to our top class, the SP9, where Adrenaline eMotorsport is still leading Progressive Sim Racing Bravo, but not for much anymore. Even the Porsche can get a nice speed difference in the slipstream, as we have another 2 wide in front, which is the R-Vision STS and the WS Racing Esports 118 with Lukas Kwasnick and Maximilian Dehn. 2 wide here. Let's see who goes off the throttle first. Well, the Porsche stays behind the BMW this time by. And in front, the Porsche got the BMW, so... Oh, was there a mistake? Got a little bit wide on the exit.
Now we have 2 cars in the pits, Urano number 90 and Phoenix Racing Esports, the 2 leading cars.
And WS Racing Esports 118 is coming in as well.
I think that's the earliest they could go for a 2-stop.
Yeah, Urano as well is taking tires, looking at the time.
And I'm not sure if that's... I think 126. They might be a little bit smarter than us concerning the exact end of the race. Maybe they don't think that the 22 laps will be completed today, to be honest. Because they did only 4 laps this stint. And that's for the GT3 for a 2-stop, it's just not enough. That would mean they needed to have the reach of 9 laps. Even with some fuel saving and a full course yellow, that's a far reach. And you have to do it twice. And when I complete my thought, they haven't done this in the first stint. So they would now need to do 10 laps just to save the same amount. I'm not so sure. Heusingfeld should be good for a 2-stopper.
Maybe.
It's I can't really explain it, to be honest. It's really yeah, well, how should I say it? An amazing thing, something spectacular. Could be a very strong showing of strength, but it could also be a mistake. Let's wait. Heusingfeld in the lead for the time.
Let's see, 1 hour 24 to go. That's less than half of this race, and we've seen quite a lot so far. The interesting starts at the beginning, the move of the season probably also by the Porsche Cup category. Dennis Arras Fabri just going from 4th to 1st in 2 corners. I mean, that was something actually to see.
Yeah, as I said, move of the race, definitely. Move of the season. Has a good shot at it. And now we see Sven Glatzel against Tim de Vries. Impulse Racing. They are fighting today with Team Heusingfeld, especially with the 404 car. And are they able to overtake them? Yes!
Oh.
The Cup car helps them a little bit in the end. So no real pressure here.
You just have to slot in.
But now maybe a little bit extra slipstream for the Heusingfeld. I thought he went to the pits for a moment. Wasn't the case. But still a few meters too far apart. So Impulse back on the podium.
Well, for them, for the 404, it's not the best race they had so far. They got competition literally out of the blue. Usually they would be around their friends from the 401, and now they are just, well, it's just driving around in 4th position, which is not a place which they are comfortable in. But so is Adrenaline E-Motorsport not comfortable with Progressive Sim Racing Bravo still at their rear end. Getting closer and closer and closer.
Yeah, the 4-4 they don't want to. They want to make the championship very close. They're the leading car currently.
Yeah.
Maybe some tactic to attract more sponsors or something for the final. And now the corner to overtake in the last races as well. Woodkurve. Maybe another time. And this one in the GT3 class, Porsche against BMW. And it was a very great maneuver here. The Porsches are really gaining right now. Dominic Groß, by the way, against Patrick Henn. Now, the top 3 positions all Porsches.
Yep. That's interesting.
Okay, we have Urano and Phoenix in this offset strategy, which we
Yeah,
now
but
need to remember. But
But
the moment.
still, for the moment, we have we have 4 Porsches in the
Yeah.
top 5.
We doubted then a little bit in the beginning.
Yeah, let's see how the strategies pan out. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Not the fastest lap times throughout the field right now. Obviously, a lot of overtaking maneuvers, lapping maneuvers in this phase of the race. Long laps, so you don't usually get a completely clean one. Tough for us to really get a good feeling who is faster. Usually only multiple laps will show that.
Lamborghini looks a little bit beaten up, but so does the 118. Both of them having battle scars already from the first half of this event. Still not all gone and done.
Those two cars are completely offset strategies right now. Robin Stoll in the WRS Racing. He just pitted this lap together with Urano and is now on the new tires. So that's really not what he wanted to see in front of him when he did come out of the pits. Michael Winter im Team Race GT3. So he basically is losing time right now against direct opponents at the top. Another one is losing a position here, and that's the RN Vision. Falling back, Maximilian Dehn. Dominic Groß really is flying right now, and we see Patrick Henn behind, so the fight for the outer places of the podium, it has begun. 16 seconds right now behind Mats Torge Hutzfeldt.
Yep, but the fight is still going. But we have to see where Urano and Phoenix will be coming out. They are 32 seconds and 1 minute 25 behind, so they will be ahead of our top 4, I think, at least, after they pit in about, I think, another lap. Yeah, I mean, if they keep on the strategy we had before, they will be coming in after 6 laps. If they fooled us before and they can go longer, they will be coming up after 7 or maximum of 8 laps.
Which they should do. I don't see, like I said, I don't see the real strategy behind the Urano stop so far. They have fresh tires. They have a fresh driver with Nick Schulte-Wissermann.
I mean, then they're not on their own. I mean, Phoenix came in with them as well, just to stay in the immediate fight. But they're still half a minute apart from each other, even more, almost a minute. Let me see. That is gap. Yeah, that's almost a minute behind them. But maybe they did that because now they are, well, they were free of any traffic anyway. So, maybe it's just a splash and dash, maybe in the end. Maybe they're calculating as well that they're 1 lap short, maybe in the end. Because, you know, the last lap is always the lap when there is not enough time to do... No, wait. The lap where the timer hits 0, that's the last lap. Or
Yeah, exactly.
if it's lap 22, yeah.
And it's still close. We completed 12 laps. Yeah, we have just started. So like 180.
We're in lap 30 now, I think.
Yeah.
13, yeah.
So 10 to go. 10 times 8, roundabout, would be 80 minutes. We have
Plus a pit stop of about 1 minute.
yeah, it's like 82, 83, and we have 76 left. So it depends where they are. Usually it should, yeah, it should be enough.
I mean, we had a situation where someone went over the line in the last second. And then everyone had to do another lap, and they went into the pit. Everyone, and there's a mistake from the 69.
Maximilian in.
Oh, he was already unstable coming into the Schwedenkreuz, I think that was.
Yeah, that's Arnberg. And
Yeah. Oh, that was a nasty hit, and it looks like the rear right wheel is
that's
bent
done.
to oblivion. They
That's done.
have to try to get to back. Oh, and they get shot down by another Porsche.
no.
Sorry, but what was that? That was unnecessary by the 169 Kevin Borrell. And I think Kevin Borrell couldn't
escape.
It might have been that he couldn't judge the speed difference there correctly. I think he might have been caught off guard.
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't on purpose.
Yeah,
obviously.
and he's slow as well now. That's done. 2 Porsches. We just talked about the good Porsches, the quick Porsches. 2 of them are out. 2 of them are gone.
Yep, they towed back to the pit lane. Let's see another Porsche who hopefully doesn't bin it. That's Stuart Motorsport GT4 still on Prodina E-Racing. This time for P1 because of different pit strategies as well in the GT4 field.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Right.
I don't see any difference. Yeah, Simsin Racing GT4 Lars Baumler and DE Simsport Christian Bug. They went into the pits just this lap, at the beginning of this lap.
Yeah, the GT4 is anyway on a free stop strategy.
Wow, I hope we see a replay of that one from the perspective of Kevin, because on onboard, because that is quite hard to judge from the camera we had with a long focal point.
The thing is, and it's always a topic, and especially in sim racing, also in real racing, but I think sim racing, it wrote another chapter in the history books, and I'm talking about yellow flags. Because in real life, every driver is always, and we all know this, looking how...
Well, not really. Well, if you see the discussions after the NLS races or the 24-hour race at the Nürburgring or other tracks, yellow flags is always a topic with race drivers. They try to ignore them as much as possible.
The thing is, Tobias, in a situation like this in real life, you lift off. Even if it's just you lift off. In sim racing, you just put the hammer down.
Yeah, it's you see it often enough. You see it often enough. Not maybe not in this series, but you see it often enough in public races, even sanctioned ones, that people tend to just try to go for the gap instead of braking. Because when you brake, you probably get hit from behind. Just wait for the GT3 Spa week, and then you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's like I said. I think it's even a bigger thing in sim racing.
Yeah.
Because you can't injure yourself. Not really.
I mean, yeah, maybe
if
your
you-
hands
if you-
on
if-
the direct drive, yeah.
Yeah, if you
But that's it.
put your direct drive too high, then yes, okay. But usually we expect to be alive after a sim race. So
And drink the so-called Coca-Cola. You know the meme.
and also we also expect to be as wealthy as before. And in real life, you can lose a lot of money, or the money of your team. So you just don't take as many risks.
Usually, yeah.
And I think it needs to become even a bigger
Okay, replay. There you go. Done.
point of good behavior. So that's the scene which led to it. You had it completely right from the beginning. Small mistake into Schwedenkreuz. Never got it back. Pretty
Tries to
strong
save
impact.
it. Comes back to track. Track is still free. He goes.
Yeah, and now he noticed he's not as quick. So
Great perspective there.
yeah, we will get another perspective. He notices he's not as quick, and then he needs to look at his back. And obviously, down the Fuchsröhre, it's very difficult to stay just to one side. You usually cut left, right in this part of the track. So yeah, I'm not sure if also the other car didn't lift. It just looked like he didn't.
Yeah,
That's why I brought it up.
The minimum was misinterpreting the speed of the car in front. That's at least.
Okay.
Because it looked like he didn't even try to evade him.
We get an info, very special, very good info for Mario Yuri in the chat. That it's not possible to two-stop because there's a limit to the
Fuel.
fuel.
Yeah, usually it should be 6 laps. It could be 7 laps. Some teams went for 8. I've seen that before, but you can't do a 2-stop. Yeah.
Did they introduce that to that race?
Not only to that one, they had that before as well.
Pretty sure we had a 2-stop this season before.
Well, after 6 laps, they're coming in now. So let's now the replay, Daniel. Again.
So he's slow. He's on the right side.
Well,
he's not,
he's
he's
kind of
not
in the-
really. Yeah, he's not really
Yeah,
on the
he's
right
on the
side.
racing line, but
Yeah.
I mean,
My thoughts are that he probably was too busy with himself
yeah,
and not busy enough with his mirrors.
not looking at his relative screen.
I would like the onboard from who was it?
Kevin Borrell.
Yeah, from Borrell's point of view.
Yeah, I asked, but well, not sure if we get that.
Yeah, let's see. That would be that's the position we need to see.
So if the guys really can only go 6 laps on that fuel, they will come in one more time.
Yeah, they have to. So
Yeah.
everything's in shape for Urano. And we will
That
get
might
an
as
up.
well be a 21 lap race, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, on my live timing, the laps changed now to time remaining. Just saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that usually means that the time remaining is estimated to be done before the first car finishes 22 laps.
The thing is, we need to think like 9 minutes plus,
Oh, there you
basically,
go.
or 8 minutes. Because if you are in the last lap and the timer runs out, then okay, it's the last lap, so you have to complete it anyway.
Yeah.
It has to run out in the second to last lap. So
But imagine it runs out like a meter to the finish line.
yeah. And as soon as you cross the finish, you do this extra lap. Doesn't matter if you cross it with 1 minute to go or 8 minutes to go, as long as you cross it.
Yeah.
So
Or 1 second to go.
or 1 second, then the time runs up, and then it's still the time.
We had that in the past actually, where Nicky Team actually passed 1 second to go over the line, and everyone had to head for the pits behind him.
So
Like,
second round of
literally
stops
everyone.
here for the GT4 class is the lead, the fight for the lead. Landgraf Scheuermann. Schürmann, sorry. And now we have Andrej Rajkovic, so it's not Jan. And also motion setup from Rajkovic.
Yep, VR as well. I'm having it on my screen, another perspective. Oh, there he is. There's another perspective actually from him. And seeing from his VR view, it's always awesome because he's actually racing without any overlays activated, which I think is a very cool feature. He said, well, I do have rear view mirror, I do have a rear view camera, that should be enough, right? They do it in real life like that as well. And with VR, I mean, that does help.
Yeah, I think it's maybe something one or two of us should try out, because it puts your focus only on the track if you don't have too much information.
I mean, you still have your engineer.
Because
In team races, it's
yeah,
quite easier.
If you have a team race, then obviously it's not a problem information-wise if he does a good job. In a 24-hour race, there might come a phase where you're the only one awake, so you might don't want to risk it there. But usually at that point, you don't really care about your individual lap times anyway, or about any data.
I mean, you have it. You
Maybe.
know, you have data on your screen. You can switch through the screen pages in the car. So that's according to Rajkovic, everything he really needs for the race.
Yeah, I didn't drive the iRacing versions yet, so. Do they have the exact, like what are they called, black
Yeah.
boxes?
Yeah, they do. They do have.
Okay, yeah, okay,
screens
that's
all
all
the
it is,
information
yeah.
that is available usually in real life. Like,
Yeah, why-
as much
why
as
don't-
it's possible.
Yeah, why do you want to have an extra like virtual window for that?
Yeah,
But,
I mean, he
but
does have it on the stream, but not in his eye.
yeah, but also you don't need to be honest, you don't need to know every single sector time, every single lap time, especially in long races. A little bit more to know how much you need to push, or if you're fighting someone who is maybe on another strategy. But in quick races, like under an hour, obviously under 30 minutes, you don't need to know every lap time. You're so in fighting, it sometimes You drive over the finish, and you look at your stupid lap time, and then you forget to brake for corner 1. And
Yeah.
what does it give it to you to know that
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Also, we gotta say the Porsche is a very nice car to drive because it shows you when your tires lock up. It shows you when your tires, like the rear tires, are spinning through. You know, you have this little LEDs next to the screens, left and right, and they do help you a lot as well. So he doesn't need anything; the car provides it.
The difference between him and Nick Schulte-Wismann right now, over 50 seconds. So
Yeah, no car in
Urano-
between, by the way.
yeah, Urano is far ahead.
There is no car between them at the moment. It's just, if I see that correctly, the next car for him is exactly if he doesn't ignore those in the thing. By the way, you can see in his stream he has 100 liters in his car. It's heavy as hell. Interesting. Yeah, I was just watching his stream openly on social media, so that's not some strategy infos that we don't have. That's strategy infos that everyone can see and is openly available.
Yeah, I think since there's no chance to catch Urano, there's no point in trying. If they have a massive mistake which costs them the lead, then usually 5 seconds more or less don't matter.
Talking about 5 seconds more or less, Team Heusenwald 404 is past Impulse Racing for the moment, but not by much.
Yeah, that's how many position changes between those two have we seen today? It's like number 3.
At least.
And by the looks of it, it surely shouldn't be the last.
Always love the SP3T, especially in traffic with another Porsche. It's, I think, the Prodina Porsche Cup. Yeah. I'm really keen to see what happens quick. Yeah, I mean, it's getting close.
So, der Cup ist durch. Hebt doch vorne ein bisschen ab. Immer so ein spezielles Bild an der Stelle. Ne? Wir kennen alle die schrecklichen Unfälle. Ist nicht ganz so dramatisch im Sim-Racing.
Why are you switching to German? Good morning.
Did I?
Yeah, you just the whole thing. That the Porsche is through and
I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice. Very well. We talked about the exact same thing. The exact thing, really. No joke. Like 5 minutes, 3 minutes before stream start.
we talked about the issue with mixing up the languages, and I even provided him an example from the Gamescom where the commentator next to me started talking in his native language, which was German, and now it happened to Daniel without him even noticing.
I really didn't. I need to rewind that. I don't believe you.
I mean, it's the same thing what happened to me after the fan immersion. My initial sentence wasn't German.
Yeah, but check out this fight here. That's the Iron Vision GT4. And in front of him, Adrenalin Esports GT4. And also, in front of them, the Ringifiziert Sim Racing. Jan Köpenick. And in the mix of all of that, one of the GT3s.
The size difference between the GT4 and the GT3 cars is still massive. Where you have the last gen M4 with the newest gen M4 GT3. Also, by the way, 64 minutes to go for the leader. And 61 minutes left on the timer, or 60 minutes. So it's still 22 laps, which we were gonna do, as you said. But one full course caution, that can change
changes
everything.
Yeah, if it is as long as the first one, then
Yeah, you just
surely.
need 4 minutes. You just need 4 minutes in the full course yellow, and it's probably mostly gone. Just lose 4 minutes and then. And I think one lap on the full course yellow. I mean, you can calculate it. 120 kph max over 25 kilometers. You can tell how long that would need.
So next pit stops in the GT3 class, Team Race Gitter GT3. High liveries, Vibe Sports Red.
7 laps they did actually on their fuel stint.
Yeah, it's possible. It should be possible. That's why I'm.
And they could make up one position actually by that.
Let's just see. Wait and see. We're always speculating, and in the end, we're never right. So maybe let's just watch the race in this regard. Mario Yuri definitely doesn't think it is possible. They need 1 times 7 laps times 3, 21. So they need one stint with 1 lap more. And the thing is, they were very, very long in the full course yellow in the first stint. So if you were fueled for, if you basically fueled for 7 laps and maybe a little bit more, maybe you speculated you had enough for 1 more. Not so sure that anybody did. But so at a very technical base, I think it could have been possible. The question would be, would it be worth it? Because you obviously had to just save a little bit. Yeah, really depends on how much you saved on the full course yellow. And we are now riding with Patrick Schilikowski, Sim Racing Academy Red, leader of the Cup class. Behind the leader of the GT4 Championship. And now in front of him, advantage over P2, IS Sim Racing Schweiz. Right now 3.5 seconds. And they are 1 lap longer on their current tires. The 1 lap difference between the pit stop of the first 2 in the Cup class. Closest battle in the class right now between P3 and P4. Actually, it's quite close. Under second. So maybe we will see this in a moment.
Way to go, let's see. We are 3.7 laps on the current pit cycle from Urano. So they will fuel for 3 more laps maximum, or 4 more laps rather. That is not a long stop time that they need for half a tank of fuel.
Yeah, I'm still watching the fight. Hartranft against Osterkamp. Positions 3 and 4. Camera sadly doesn't show this fight right now. They're like for the last 2-3 minutes. Not only under a second, but like always 2 to 3 tenths. They're really close together. René Osterkamp currently losing a little bit time behind Jens. Not something you want to have if you're fighting for the podium. Also, Toby, the Simsport, they really lost a lot of positions.
Where are they at currently? They are in
P5 only.
P5, but also on a different strategy than some of them.
Okay. Because they have the same laps on the stint as the leading car, as this car here.
Yeah, there might have been some issues. I mean, they lost 3 seconds just in the last lap.
Yeah, so from here on out, it's basically the same. They have the same old tires.
And that might be the issue with the Porsche.
I see the last stop of Simsport was only 20 seconds, so very slow. Very fast pit stop time. It's not really a full stop in itself. All this, yeah, maybe. But if they did a splash and dash, wouldn't they be in the front? So that doesn't explain it either. And now we finally get this fight in the picture, and just in time to see this maneuver here. Osterkamp finally gets the move done. He could not have waited for Jens Hartranft to stop. His tires were actually older, so he was due first. Important maneuver here. And it's always a good feeling to do it in the Mutkurve because you have still a little bit of the lap to go to build up a gap again, so you're not immediately under pressure on the Döttinger Höhe. And he's exactly doing that right now. So that's now puts him on the podium, 3rd position.
Talking about 3rd position, we will go soon in our last fan immersion, Daniel, and guess who we will be riding with?
Tell me.
With WNSE Motorsport, Jens Hartranft. We will step on board with him at the start-finish straight.
Yeah, and then we will see if he is able to catch René again. Or we will watch him struggling doing it.
Yeah, and René is also closing up to Gregor Eid now from IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup, the blue-white car from the Swiss team.
Yep, that's the situation. So you know what is happening. And from the back, there's basically nothing coming right now. Gap is very big.
22 seconds, yeah.
So
that should be enough time to fight yourself, your rhythm again.
Hartranft, and we can fully concentrate to the front, and I think
Gregor Eid made a mistake there.
Exactly.
Very interesting spot actually to do a mistake.
Yeah, so Osterkamp got through.
Yeah, I mean Osterkamp got through, but Gregor Eid made quite a huge mistake.
Yeah, through by Eid as well now. 2 positions in one lap for Osterkamp.
Not bad, not bad. So from P4 it goes to P2 right now in about like 10 corners or 12.
Yeah, about that. little bit of help from the Schubert will not be enough.
Probably not.
But now he has 2 targets.
By the way, Urano, Heineken Media in the pits now after 7 laps. Roy Colburn, 91. Trying to salvage what's left of a race to forget.
Yeah, so they took the long stint at the end. I don't think the teams really thought about this as much. The full course yellow.
Yeah, it might be interesting because they also have about six laps remaining, 7 laps. So
Yeah.
it's just about enough.
Yeah, they're on the limit. So that means they were with low fuel at the start. Maybe someone is trying the other way around. We will now ride 1 lap with W&S eMotorsport, and the 2 cars ahead are in direct battle with us, so to say. So enjoy it.
You were moved.
And we are back from our last fan immersion, this time with a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. In the Cup 2 category, we've seen 8 minutes 7.659 last time around. Not much has changed, but Daniel, we should look at the current standings, how they are in the race. We will start with the SP9 category. A Porsche is still strong. Let's see how strong. He got overtaken by Progressive Sim Racing Bravo, Team Heusing World number 1 Andrei Rajkovic, and he is under attack by Helmut Klose and the Phoenix Racing Esports DNLS 2, who might come in after this lap.
Yeah, he's very late in the stint, but a very quick pit stop from Progressive Sim Racing has put him ahead of Heusingfeld again. Dominic Groß.
57.3, yeah.
They were about 10 seconds quicker. So they might have been a little bit damaged. And now, in the overview, the current standings. So, Urano in a league of their own. And after that, the fight between Progressive Heusingfeld and Phoenix Racing. Light attack here from Helmut Klose, but nothing too serious. Adrenaline E-Motorsport 5th. WS Racing Esports 6th. Team Race Gitter the 7th. iLivery Swipe Sports Red 8th. And the class basically is dominated by the fight for the second position. Even Adrenaline E-Motorsport maybe in a situation to enter that fight as well. E9 Atal Motorsport, Urano Esports back in the top 10. Heineken Media, iLivery Swipe Sports Purple in the 11th position. T3 Esports Alpha P12. Then SimScene Racing, German Sim Racing Purple, Raceline Sim Sports, WS Racing, with big time difference between them. Not too many cars who are with an offset strategy there, and then basically those guys who are out of the race are Envision, Sim Racing Academy Black, Piranha, Frida Sport and Phoenix Racing. Not sure if they are.
Nope. They're not.
They're
Our Envision
running.
is not running. Everything behind them is not running anymore. We lost quite a few cars. Only 40 out of 50 are still racing, so that's quite a big loss. But let's look at the Cup 2 standings, where Sim Racing Academy Red strongly ahead of Sim RC Cup at the moment. 18 seconds, that's the gap. IS Sim Racing Schweiz Cup in third, WNS E-Motorsport in fourth, WS Racing Esports then in fifth, ahead of Prodana E-Racing and Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing. And, of course, DE Sim Sport Cup 2 in 8th position, but also I think we've lost someone in the cup. I'm not sure. The colors are all very similar today. Quite hard to see actually who's in and who's out. Yeah, we lost quite a few. There we go. MSC Knetska, Racetech Performance Pink, and then Impulse, Epic, R4F, and T3 Esports Beta. They're not racing anymore.
Let's see if the casualty count keeps going. It doesn't. In the GT4 class, every car that has started still in the race, SimScene Racing is leading. Now 8 seconds, that does look more like it, in front of the Sim Sport. Schubert in P3, Adrenaline E-Motorsport P4. So Schubert should, with this class more, be able to stay ahead in the championship. SimScene and the Sim Sport, they are quite a far way down in the championship. I'm not so sure if they can be able, but it's definitely the right way. Ringfiziert, Air Envision and Produna. I was a little bit too slow for that. And the SP3T class, Heusingfeld in front of T3. Then the second Heusingfeld, now a little bit of a gap to Impulse Racing, WS Racing Esports, GT Temple, Racetech Performance and Sim Project Racing Team. Also another car we have lost 7 laps ago.
Yeah, at least they made it to the halfway mark, I think. If that's, but I think that's plus 7 laps. That is from the SP3T leader, and not overall. Let's see, plus 9 laps. So yeah, he made not the half, but almost. They at least did their first pit stop.
And talking about pit stops, WS Racing, Robin Stoll.
Yep, they're in. After 6 completed laps, so they didn't trust their fuel tank fully to go for 7. Let's see then, Helmut Klose, Phoenix Racing Esports DNLS 2. It doesn't even say stint length because he was just in the pit lane, 0.1 now. So same strategy as Robin Stoll, with quite a gap in between them. And the first is on a totally different strategy than 2, 3 and 4, who all have to come into the pit lane. So you can actually see how huge the gap actually is when you think about it. Progressive Sim Racing Bravo 24 seconds behind Urano Esports Huawei, yet to pit.
Yeah, they would have had it anyway. And quite comfortably as well. They didn't change the tires, they only refueled the car. That's pretty sure, looking at the stop time. There we have him. And for Nick Schulte-Wissermann, it should be quite a nice drive to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, their offset strategy actually made sense in the end.
Yeah, I didn't know. It must be this or last race where they were limited to 7 laps. So it never really was out of the question that they were in the lead. But they were also throughout the whole evening, and it started in the qualifying with the fastest lap. That's only a single lap shootout. So not easy, very easy to make it wrong actually. And we also see that from favorites in the past, so that had happened before. Perfect in the qualifying race. No mistakes. Definitely the quickest car in the class, and also on the track, obviously. And then only the start is really a tough time when you're so dominant throughout the evening. And they had the brilliant idea about what the old trick, and it's an old trick to just the guy in front calls it in the team radio, and both cars went first and second into turn 1, and obviously your second car is not gonna attack you there. So that's yeah, it was basically a perfect evening. If you wanted to plan it, it would just like this.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's probably the closest battle for the victory we will see today. SimSport, 8 seconds before the pit stop. Now about 5 seconds after it. So, gap has closed a little bit. It's Lars Baumiller versus Christian Bug. Those are the two guys fighting it out in the last 5 laps. Also still the fight in the class is going on for 4th position and 3rd position, most of all. Adrenalin, Schubert, Ringifiziert. They're all still in the mix there.
.4 seconds between second and third, but that number is currently growing. WNS not being able to follow as closely as they would like, probably.
Both cars on the same strategy. They both still have to pit one more time. And we saw Gregor Eid in trouble before. So he's probably not gonna push all out right now. Jens Hartranf didn't... Yeah, I didn't get the strongest vibes from him today. He drove a solid race, but in direct comparison against the cars around him, a little bit the speed was lost compared to his teammate. Yet still third position, obviously very, very good result so far. But like I said, they both have to stop one more time, then it's probably one, maybe 2 positions they lose. Yeah, I think both guys probably just want to finish their stint right now.
Yeah, that looks like it. They don't look like they're really fighting for something. Prodina actually, they have to fight a little bit with the iLivery's Esports purple Lamborghini behind them, which doesn't seem like it can overtake at the moment. That's, by the way, for 16th overall. Both of them, no, iLivery's Esports purple, but just went into the pits again. After 2 laps only, they go to the pit lane. Number 42. For whatever reason.
Yeah, race is done anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe just... if you don't lose a position and you know you can't gain one anyway, just get a new set of tires for the last rounds, have a little bit of fun. Maybe hunt the fastest lap or get a good hot lap in. Yeah, just have a little fun instead of just finishing.
I mean, they all shot their ammo in the first 3/4 of the race, and now there's nothing left. Everyone is like ages apart from each other.
Yeah, we lost the battles a little bit.
Yeah, I think people get exhausted now.
Yeah, we're still in the last pit stop phase, so maybe we have just to wait 1 or 2 more laps. Then more strategies will fall together again.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think...
You don't sound very optimistic.
Yeah, I really don't.
Come on, that's your job, to be optimistic about this race.
I mean, I am optimistic. I'm not optimistic for iLivery's Esports purple, because it seems like they took a fast repair at one point. Because exactly 1 minute 50 standing now, directly behind the entry of the pit lane. So they might have taken a fast repair 2 laps ago. Or the race control isn't showing us anymore what's going on. 2 minutes 4. Are they giving up on this race?
Yeah, could be. They're last in their class who's still driving. They're in the same lap, but we know what that means on the Nordschleife. So, yeah. Very likely.
Yeah, I think they towed actually. Because they were way up ahead with P16, and then suddenly with Prodina. And then they were gone from one moment to another to the pit lane. So that might as well be a tow. That might as well be an DNF for them. They think they crashed. Maybe we will get a replay, because I think our producer doesn't have anything to do right now as well.
Yeah, 20th place in the championship so far for Esports Purple.
Yeah, it's in Germany you would say it's not the yellow from the egg.
And really not the best season, but
No.
it's always bad to not finish the race. Doesn't matter where you are in the field, top or at the back. Especially this, we haven't really talked about it because we are so into it already. The viewers especially, or they are much more crazy than the both of us. We are on the Nordschleife, this most iconic track in the world, and we're driving a championship which is driven on this one circuit. That's like only the maddest of
Bad people, yeah. I mean, yeah. If you think about it, it's always the same thing, but still totally different each time.
yeah. They are so. I never could do this. I don't like the Nordschleife to drive. Really.
What? I mean, the Nordschleife is quite an easy and an interesting track, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Quite
I prefer the Nordschleife to Barcelona, to be fair.
Yeah, that's like apple and oranges.
I prefer the Nordschleife to Le Mans.
If they are moldy, they're both moldy. Not the Nordschleife. I just think it has a charm to just go out on a Sunday drive with your car, even with a race car, to have a little bit of fun. It's very cool. But I don't enjoy racing here because, and all the people say that it's the special thing of the Nordschleife, but I don't
track,
like.
yeah.
I don't like the to be on 100% concentration like all the time. Like
I mean, you can sleep on the GP track.
yeah, that's only a small.
3 minutes of sleep and then a little bit of. I mean, to be honest, in the 24-hour race we did, I was on a 5-hour stint, and actually you just work. You don't even concentrate anymore. You're like, wait, how did the last 2 laps pass? you just look at your fuel, you see, okay, it's full, and then suddenly you're at half fuel already, and you don't even know how that happened. But what will be happening is an overtake, probably between 9th of 10. But we will get a replay of the 42. There you go, Daniel.
Sandro Massani with a
Ay,
big
ay.
crash, probably the heaviest impact we have seen tonight.
Yeah. And that was
That's-
again in the
yeah,
Schwedenkreuz,
and-
trying to overtake this Porsche that doesn't have
Yeah,
to
and
give
this
way.
time he really did clip the grass on the outside.
Yep.
So we all saw it, the dust come up. And that's the reason why they are out of the race. Yeah, no chance coming back to the pit on their own power. So they had to tow. Took a long time. Let's see if they come back. It's probably, like I said, will be for a little bit of fun. Nothing to fight for. But
They're
otherwise...
still ahead of Schubert Motorsport, to be fair. Not anymore.
Yeah, but everybody out in the class is already out behind them.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
they won't lose another position from now on, which is still bad. They lost positions, I think, with that crash.
Half a second between the Artal Motorsport DNLS car on overall and SP9 ninth position against the BMW of Urano Esports Heineken Media with Roy Kolber. 2 BMWs fighting. And, oh, actually there is stuff happening. Under investigation are the 301 Adrenaline E-Motorsport and the 101 German Sim Racing. Sorry, for causing a collision. So the 101... I mean, the number 1 in front should point that it is a GT3, but I can't...
Yeah, they are
Find
very
it.
far behind.
Oh, there they
Already-
are.
Yeah, already not lapped, but nearly lapped.
Yeah, 6 minutes 51, so they're about to be lapped. You can see you don't gain as much time here as you would be on the Tingerhöhe, just because it goes uphill, and also these are literally the same cars.
Yeah, it's just outside the really effective slipstream, 4/10. Really want to be under 3. Very
You know what?
precise
You know what I'm
driving.
wondering. You know what I'm wondering. The Prodina driver from the situation before with the 42. How did he feel with that car nearly tagging him out of the race?
Yeah, that's that. I mean, that's really Code Brown in this moment.
I mean, because definitely one Code Brown takeaway, please. Because I mean, he literally seen live getting past him. Literally, because the Lamborghini, in his last breaths of the
And
intake, sliding past him.
Those are the scenes where you think, thank God it's not me.
And probably I knew this was going to happen as well.
Yeah.
Maybe we will get a replay from that perspective as well. Because again, as I said, our producer does have some time now. So we will see how that pans out. There we go. So this is on board. I think this is even slow motion. Yeah, it
So
is.
how can you expect a car outside? He was driving on the outside on the corner entry.
Yeah, now look at what happens. From the right to the left, there comes a wild Lamborghini. There he goes.
Like,
oh my god.
I'm not so sure he didn't even see him once before he came right across him.
Yeah, I think he didn't. He
Of
just
course,
vanished from his... Oh,
yeah.
you could see him crash in the rearview mirror as well. Awesome.
Obviously, it's not 100% the same view. It also depends if you're driving VR, if you drive triple screen, single screen, whatever.
Yeah, but you see him the moment he's in front of you, and then...
Yeah.
I mean, he probably has seen him, because if you could see, his downshifting was quite normal.
Yeah, obviously he had his eyes into the corner apex. And now we kind of expect the overtaking maneuver here, but as you said, same car. Not always the easiest thing. But we also see the time difference in the last lap, so technically it's a no-brainer. Little bit of help from another BMW. No, that's
No,
an
that was
Audi.
an Audi.
Yeah, it's, we have a little bit of a. Anyway, now on the outside, big overspeed here for Murano.
Yeah.
Our quality is not quite as sharp as yours. So I speculated there. He doesn't need to speculate. Easy maneuver. Yeah, you could really see there wasn't really a difference out of the corner. Nothing you instantly would point to. And the big overspeed, it clearly shows you the rear wing on the Urano. It's at least 2-3 clicks lower.
Drive-through for German Sim Racing Purple. Wow.
Yeah. I don't think they will maybe walk through.
Probably park the car and walk the end, yeah. Actually, you know, pit lanes, when viewing... racetracks in general, they don't... Even the GP tracks, they don't look as long as they really are. Because, like, you know, the car goes around it in, you know, your private car about 2.5-3 minutes, and a race car 1 minute 50 or something. And then, or even less, and then you will want to walk around it, and you're like gone for 2 hours.
Yeah, I think it's...
Yeah, I mean, you know, to walk around the track, I mean, it's like more than 10 kilometers if you want to walk around it on the Grandstand pathway on the Nürburgring, on the GP track. It feels like ages getting from the boulevard to the you know, the arena down there at the Dunlop curve. It really takes ages.
Which actually is now called the Goodyear corner. You know
Is it? Oh yeah, yeah, true. Yeah, I forgot about
They-
it because
they-
iRacing is still the Dunlop tower.
Yeah, I learned last time.
I learned that actually
I-
on the week where we did an LESC Sim Racing Cup that it's called the Goodyear. It's also was it the Jaguar corner again, or was it another? Oh, there's a car, or was a car off the track, and I think it was a Porsche in the YouTube corner, and it might have been the one from Prodina.
Yeah, Jörg told me last time.
Yeah. I mean, it's a sponsored corner, so obviously it might change sometimes. I think the last turn as well in the Nürburgring was sponsored by like 4 or 5 different companies already.
Yeah, but I mean, Dunlop corner, this was it did become quite iconic, I think, for a long time.
Yeah, definitely.
So
But as long as they don't change the Schumacher, I'm fine with everything.
Yeah, that's why guys like the two of us will call it that way for the next 5 years, probably.
I mean, I'm usually try to stay up to date with corner names, but sometimes it's so hard because you got some racetracks where they change it like literally every event.
Yeah, I think it doesn't really matter. Nobody really cares about that.
Yeah, but obviously they name the corners because the commentators will mention them.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of saying turn 15,
especially
the beer corner.
Especially if a corner changes names through the years, if the old name is in the people's mind, nobody cares. And most of the many corners I can think of, they don't either have their name anymore, which they are still called by, or they are simply known by 2 different names. You can call them 2 different names and everybody knows what you are talking about.
Yeah.
And I never heard anyone complaining about the wrong corner. The thing is,
apart from turn 13, which is called
I think as a commentator, as long as you get it right most of the time, nobody cares. They only care if you do it wrong every single time. Then they start to notice.
I think people get more angry
and
with
commentators,
with commentators butchering driver names than corner names. I think, apart from the Nordschleife, which is interesting. If you name corners on the Nordschleife wrong, you get destroyed.
You need to know, Tobias.
Yeah.
You need to know the names.
The names, Mason. The numbers.
The names.
What do they mean? What do they mean?
That's the holy grail. If you don't have it as a commentator on the Nordschleife, then you're just a B commentator.
Yeah, that's actually funny. Especially even in sim racing, they. I mean, me myself, I get very, not angry, but I'm try to be very precise about certain corners, and then you come to Spa and people are not even sure what's Eau Rouge and what's Radillon.
And like I said, I'm not the biggest Nordschleife fan. And I'm not coming from like, where's it? This Nordrhein-Westfalen already?
Oh, so you like the Eifel? Name every corner on the Nordschleife.
Yeah. I think that's in the law there.
So, talking about law, Daniel Muth is flipping us off a little bit by the way he's holding the steering wheel.
Also driving with a Formula wheel.
Yes, also driving with a Formula wheel, and with VR. And he's not looking as much in the corners than I would expect you to do. But it's also a thing. If you're not really familiar with he's looking up at the lap times.
Let's have a look at him into turn 1. It's a pretty hard braking zone.
Yeah,
usually a lot of work at the wheel.
And also, how far does he look into the corner? Because with Andre, you could see it was quite a lot. Well, he does it. Oh yeah, he does it. The thing is, what race drivers usually do, I've seen a video where they track the eyes of a Formula 1 driver. They are looking well away from where the car is actually going, but are looking where they want to go.
Yeah, it's a skill you need to learn.
They look at the apex, then they look at the exit of the corner. They're always like at least 150, 200 meters ahead of the car.
The thing is, if you're ahead with your eyes, you're ahead with your brain. And usually that's faster in racing.
Yeah, when you're on your own, essentially. Usually, the moment they fight with each other, they're thinking a little bit shorter in that meaning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, obviously. Because if you're fighting, you have a plan until you haven't.
Yeah, and then you end up in cops on the outside.
Maybe. Okay.
It's turning into a podcast again, right?
That's the thing with endurance races. It's always turning into a podcast after 1 or 2 hours. Mostly after 2 hours.
Yeah, but especially in those long time endurance races, you have the morning club but in endurance, you can start to talk about everything else. Because in the sprint race in the 30 minutes, we didn't even have time to do anything because there was so much going on. Our producers had issues to keep following on 4 PCs what was going on, because we were following here on iRacing on 4 PCs. So we can prepare replays on one and have the class leaders of the 3 other classes, etc, etc. So that's quite interesting. Also, Team Heusing, well, they do need to get moving a little bit because their cushion is shrinking.
Yeah, and Progressive Sim Racing, they stayed ahead after the last round of pit stops. So Heusingfeld not on P2 anymore. After the
P3,
yeah.
nice recovery anyway.
That is not a question. The difference between them and Progressive are 9 seconds though, and in 2 laps. That's a tough job to do for Andrei Rajkovic.
Yeah.
Also considering that he has Patrick Hen, so it's not that he drives without pressure. The Adrenaline Motorsport.
But it does help that your peripheral knowledge about the track is just 200 meters before and behind you, so he doesn't get bamboozled with relatives and stuff. They probably told him, "Hey, yo, Patrick is closing up just a little bit," but he doesn't care until he can see him in the mirror.
Yeah, we come back to the topic. What are the informations you want to have during the race? Do you only use the bare minimum, so do you want to know every sector time of your enemy? That's...
I mean, every sector... I mean, the Nürburgring is split in, I think, 8 sectors on iRacing.
Yeah, some guys, they want to know where's the opponent quicker, where I need maybe to change a little bit my driving style. You never... You have over 100 corners, depending on how you count. You never, as you say, you never stop learning on this track.
Yeah, yeah. They say it in real life. You know, there is no one who didn't crash. The question is not if. The question is when. Especially in those who drive the Nürburgring regularly. A driver once said from the Nürburgring, the question is not if you crash, but when you crash. Because at one point you will crash. And he's done over 1,000 laps on this track, and he even said, "I'm learning something new every day." Did you do some laps in Touristenfahrten on the Nordschleife?
I did 1 in my life so far.
Only one?
Yeah, only 1.
I mean, especially on Car Friday, I at least did 4, I think. Yeah. and then another 15 minutes on the GP track, just at the end.
The thing is, to be honest, it's quite far from my home.
How far is it in hours?
In hours, like 4 to 6. Yeah, if the street would be free, which it isn't, it would be like 4.5. But it's more like 5.5.
Yeah, make a
6.
weekend out of it. Like for Car Friday and then the Saturday afterwards.
Yeah,
maybe?
nobody wants to go with me.
Yeah, just go on your own. Everyone is there on these occasions. It's literally everyone is there. You can go on your own and still be 20 people over there.
Yeah, we can make an appointment.
Yeah.
And then we drive. What car do you drive?
I went over the track latest with an actually Opel Vectra B, which was faster than I anticipated before.
And do you really give it then, or do you just look that you don't crash?
No, actually, I gave it the maximum the tires allowed. Because the car still had some old winter tires on it because it was quite cold the day before, and they were like screeching every corner when I was driving them. You could hear them in every corner, and I think that screeching even made it to auto addiction to the channel there.
The thing is, if we do that, I would need to buy a very cheap car, which just would run this weekend and then just fall apart.
You don't need to fall apart. You want a car that's actually fun and drivable as well. I mean, I gave it 4 laps in a row with flying Porsches, BMWs and AMGs, left, right, center. And there was no issue at all. Just be aware of what's behind you. And yeah, especially if you know the track, you know where to expect a car out of the blue and how to behave then. That's the trick. That's all of it.
That's not the problem. The problem is me. That I'm the one where you need to watch out for.
Oh yeah, I mean I know that feeling. The first time I went on it, I was scared.
And my road car is too everything. Right now, no chance. I do this with this car. So I need one I can do this with. You know? It's a Peugeot 508 SW.
Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine. I've seen worse driving around the track.
That's a what station wagon you call it in English?
Yeah, station wagon. Yeah, I mean, you see trucks and delivery vehicle driving down there.
Yeah, it's quite. I like it. but I need it every day.
Yeah, then don't race on there.
Yeah.
I mean, just drive normally. You know, it's quick but normally.
Yeah, but then it's not fun.
It is fun.
It's not as fun.
The funniest thing is to know the
as
limit
fun.
from below, not from above.
I think the Nordschleife will. It just adds something if you don't care if you crash. Like those guys, like the guys in the real race, they don't care if they crash. They're not paid to care to crash.
I mean, you do
know?
pay a lot if you crash. Actually, if you crash during an LS weekend.
Yeah, but
Then wait. You still pay. By the way, last lap. You still pay.
yeah, just entered.
For in front of the race, you pay a caution. Like every fee is included, Armco and the truck that gets you off there and everyone. But not if you crash on Fridays. For the free practice. If you crash in the free practice, you have to cover everything yourself.
Okay.
Trackside. So
Remember, don't race on Fridays then.
yeah, don't do the free practice because Misha Charidin, you know him. He was driving, I think, a 240i, and he got something like that or 235, and he got bumped into the Galgenkopf, I think, or the last corner before the Döttinger Höhe by a BMW M6 GT3, who didn't need to do it, but he did it anyway, and he had to pay all the costs because it was a Friday. Not the BMW driver, Misha. Because everyone cares his own expenses, even if you get punted into the wall.
Yeah. So you want a car that you can throw away afterwards.
Well, it's Touristenfahrten. It's actually it's just a toll road legally.
Technically, yeah, you're not really allowed to race. But what are we talking about? Yeah, are we real or are we talking like?
No, seriously. When I was there were more people being careful than actually being reckless. So
Yeah,
otherwise, I wouldn't have done four laps with a car that goes maximum 200 kph.
Yeah, I don't think everybody is going there like all out. But usually, if you talk to them, like I haven't only done once, but if you talk to them, then they usually say yeah. If they mean it or not, but yeah, everything. I did 100,000 laps around this course. I'm the best driver here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there are some of them, but not all of them.
To be honest, I think that's the ones who did the least laps there.
Yeah, but the chances are so low that it actually happens something to you if you compare how many laps are done there every day.
Yeah.
Just statistically. Just trust the statistics. You don't trust the statistics, don't you?
Yeah. I don't trust statistics. You know what the statistics don't know? They don't know myself. I know myself.
Well, actually, I didn't throw it in the wall, so probably you wouldn't do that as well.
I mean, it did it once. It was cool. It was fine. But there's this. That's the thing. It's like a truck. Now you tasted it. Now you wanna have it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if.
I mean,
it's a stupid comparison, but you got it once and you don't want, and you heard there's something even better, you know?
Yeah. By the way, I checked the video afterwards that I've taken because I didn't even think about any lap times or something because you know I didn't. But just out of curiosity, my bridge to gantry time, which is from the Bilstein bridge up back to the Audi gantry, was
the one time that counts, to be honest.
Yeah, bridge to gantry was 11 minutes dead. With an Opel Vectra B from 1998.
How many horsepower?
I think 130, 140.
So basically 100 nowadays.
I mean, it actually still does have quite a lot. I think it's also a very light car.
Yeah,
but
that's the best what you can have.
I mean, my first car was like under a ton.
Yeah, mine as well.
What was your first car?
It was again a Peugeot. I have something with Peugeot. It's just happened.
Was it a 106?
It was 107.
Oh, 107. Luxury.
Yeah, it was 68 horsepower, 3-cylinder, 1 liter.
I had 1 cylinder more, but less horsepower, so more torque for me.
Yeah, and I had like a rev meter, like in a race car. Really, like you really could rev them until I think 6.2 was the red line. 6.5.
So I don't know because my first car didn't have a rev counter. You know, that's like a driver car. If you don't have a ref limiter and you have to know what speed every gear does.
Yeah.
And so my second gear goes up to 80 before it hits the limiter.
Yeah. No, it was my mother's car, and I bought it. I got it from here. Bought it. So it's
Yeah,
like
my first car was a
Yeah.
Nissan Micra K11, so the
Yeah.
nicer looking one.
the nicer looking one.
Yeah, the K12 was like this round bubblegum something. And the K11 was actually more looking like a Volkswagen Polo, an old one. And the fun thing about it is, the standard suspension feels like you're tipping over at any point in the corners. So you have to stiffen them up and get it quite a bit lower, and then it's actually quite fun to drive. But you know, when I got in the car, it got about 10% heavier.
I believe that. They are really light. Yeah, and I have the 548 because I think that's a really nice looking car. That's what basically was the reason there.
Yeah, but it's a station wagon because you're German.
Yeah, obviously.
So you can't bring all your grills and crates of beer with you.
I got a good deal with that. It was like, how do you call it? It's like a car who was in the shops to show to the people, and it was like used from the company a little bit. And now they wanted to basically give it away quickly. So I got a good deal. So I took the station wagon.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I had that Mercedes E-Class for quite a while, the 3-liter 240 horsepower diesel, and it was a station wagon as well with an automatic opening rear door. And I even did a lap or 2 laps in it with Misha Charin next to me because gifted me 1 or 2 instruction laps in that car. It was quite fun. And rewatching the video from the vlog he did on that day with me as well, I was a little part in. I was quite a bit slimmer back then than today, I noticed.
Yeah, we're still in the final lap, quite a long lap, obviously, and
It's the closest battle actually on track right now.
we sadly can't really report of something else. So it's not that we
Don't want to.
totally forgot about the race. Don't think that. That's the only battle. 1.6 seconds so far. Let's see if something happens. Otherwise, the race seems decided. Uranio, P1, Heusingfeld, P2, P3. That's the important places regarding the championship in the GT3 class. So big step towards the championship for Urano. Obviously, the final race will decide. They are close together. But Heusingfeld maybe feel a little bit the pressure next time around.
Leader on the right.
Yeah, when we switch the layout to the 24-hour variant.
By the way, before we go that, I have one last thing to say. The German Autobahn, on the right you have lorries, 80 kilometers per hour. In the middle you have cars that play the right lane is lava, 80 kph, and on the left side you have the Formula 1 with 300 kph. There you go.
And there we go. Urano Esports Huawei. Nick Schulte-Wissermann brings it over the line. Congratulations to the team. Big step towards the championship. Second victory in a row.
And then it's a nice one because the point lead will get it further and further. And we still have Team Heusingwell to come. We still got Progressive Sim Racing Bravo, who are not even visible anymore, being about 9 seconds ahead of the car in front of us. Daniel, which is Progressive Sim Racing Bravo.
And what about this duel? I don't think it will be enough for Adrenaline E-Motorsport. Patrick Henn, it's a little bit too far. 1 second. What he needs to find is a miracle exit out of the last chicane. Maybe a small mistake from Andrej Rajkovic, otherwise it's probably through. Now he gains a little bit more. Under 1 second now.
Yeah, not enough, I guess. Not enough.
Yeah, it needs a monster braking zone.
Yeah. Progressive Sim Racing Bravo, Dominic Roos will come over the line any moment now. So congratulations for his second place. But there we go. Team Heusingwald just about saves it over the line in third position with Andrej Rajkovic giving it everything. just ahead of Adrenaline E Motorsport 1 with Patrick Hen, who can be happy as well about this. And then in the back there's a Lamborghini a few laps down, but not giving up yet. I think that was the 71, which crashed before, got taken out of the race. And then just behind there should be 20 seconds back, Phoenix Racing Esports DNLS 2. Here they come. Helmut Klose over the line. And we do wait for other leaders of the groups, because there is still the Porsche Cup, and look how far back he is. He's still got little over 7 kilometers to go. 9, I guess.
Yeah. He could take them quite slowly, to be honest. Over 25 seconds the lead to René Osterkamp. Driver in second position. Sim Racing Academy Red with a very good performance today. It's always good to win a race, but in a matter that they did it today, it was impressive. Very early in the main race, they took the lead and they never let go of it. So that shows dominance, especially in this very competitive class where we saw many cars racing at the top.
Yeah, to be fair though, the start from this car looked like it had cheats on.
And that's the cherry on the cake.
Not just winning, it's also the way how they won.
Yeah, we saw it with Urano in the GT3 class, and we basically see the same thing with Sim Racing Academy. A little bit, they started a little bit later, but what a start they did have in the main race. Boy, number 91 finally, I would think, has it behind them. They really struggled today. A lot of incidents, a lot of stuff that didn't work out, and it looked so well. This old trick they used today, it looked so good. 1 and 2 after turn 1, and yeah, we until this moment don't know what has happened. So das müsste der Sieger, that should have been the winner of the LP3T class. The car from Heusingfeld, 401. Yeah, Marcel T.
There we go.
And
That should be the SP3T, if I'm not mistaken. That was the green one. Not sure the 404 was the green, I think, with Patrick Kubinci.
and here comes the winner.
Oh, I love this when they come over the line. It always looks
Patrick
awesome.
Schilikowski, Sim Racing Academy Red, now over the line. What is going on in the GT4 category? There are still some close gaps, apparently.
I think
Or
they're
they finished
close
already.
because in the pit lane, I guess.
Yeah, it would make sense. Also, Baumüller, Bug. No, they are still on the lap.
Are they?
Yeah. 7 seconds apart from one another. They were already over the line, or not lapped by the GT3 category.
Yeah, they had a fight in the quali race already. Quite close fight all the way to the line. It's not as close after 3 hours, but 7 seconds after 3 hours, especially in sim racing, where the racecraft spreads a little bit further away from each other than in the real world. 7 seconds is really something to be proud of, to be honest. Because you have to think about it, 7 seconds over 3 hours on a track that is 25 kilometers long. That is quite an achievement. They did 500 kilometers today. 20 laps. Just imagine driving 500 kilometers, being always 110% focused.
Yeah, last time it was
Driving on the Landstraße.
last time it was the other way around between SimScene and the SimSport.
Yep, there come more Porsche Cups.
Because while we're waiting for the last cars, let us just have a small look back what we have seen today. I think very, very spectacular sprint qualifying race and very spectacular beginning of the main race. Even though der Pfeffer war ein bisschen raus am Ende, aber I think in the end, all in all, today was really a fun evening, especially with you by my side.
Yeah,
That makes me speechless immediately.
Yeah, totally speechless. I mean, it was totally fun working with you again. As the BMW has fun going over the line.
Yeah, that's what you need to have. That's what I said.
Yeah, and it's just it's a pleasure to work with you as always. It was way too long that we even talked to each other because we never actually I never had your number and you never had mine.
Yeah, and you should mean we would cross each other's path sooner or later.
Yeah, I mean we said that even on the expo. So
yeah, that was it was the time that needed to pass.
yeah, especially in a whole long year. But let's look at the unofficial race results first. Urano Esports away in the SP9 wins 1 minute ahead of Progressive Sim Racing Bravo, and that is something to behold. Then we have Team Heusingwald. Still a nice recovery, I gotta say, Daniel. Adrenaline Motorsport number 1 on 4, Phoenix Racing Esports DNLS 2 on 5th, WS Racing Esports 118 on 6th, Team Race Gitter.de on 7th, Urano Esports, the second car with a lot of trouble today, in 8th even, strong finish. iLiveries Vibe Sports Red on 9th, and Artel Motorsports DNLS on 10th. But you know, that shows how strong Urano in total is.
Yeah, absolutely. Auch very well comeback from them as well. SimScene Racing P11, German Sim Racing Purple P12, Raceline Sim Sports P13, P3 Esports in the end on P14, the car which was involved in this crash on the Dettinger Höhe. iLiveries Vibe Sports Purple P15, and then basically the rest didn't saw the finishing, the checkered flag. WS Racing, Iron Vision, Sim Racing, Academy Black, Piranha, and Phoenix already out after basically 2 laps.
Let's see then in the Cup 2 category, Sim Racing Academy Red, strong finish ahead of Sim RC Cup after. And what a maneuver at the beginning of the race. I really dare you to replay that one. Just go back a few hours and watch that one again, even if you just did. Sim RC Cup 2 then in second position ahead of IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup. WNS eMotorsports make this 4th, WS Racing Esports, don't mistake them, on 5th position, just ahead of DE Sim Sport Cup 2, not having the greatest race in the end then, after a strong start. Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, they went from all the way back to 7th, etc, etc. Impulse Racing, Epic Sim Racing, R4F and T3 Esports Beta from 11 to 14. Wow, that looks like we don't have quite a lot of time yet. Time left.
So let's make the best out of it. And let's have a look at the GT4 results. SimScene Racing wins in front of SimSport. The other way around, I said it, as last time. And then 1 lap earlier, then it's Schubert Motorsport finally again on the podium. P3 Ringifiziert 4th. Keep on Racing in 5th position. Produna 6th. And Adrenalin eMotorsport only on P7 with Schubert in 3rd. It's quite a big punch towards Schubert for the championship. That's big points today, especially.
Well, not that big points with 7 cars only in the class with a VLN rule set, but points at least. So the SP3T then, last but not least, Team Heusingwald 4-1 wins ahead of T3 Esports Delta, who just bamboozled Team Heusingwald 4-4, who finished 3rd. Impulse Racing then on 4th ahead of WS Racing Esports 4-4-2 in 5th. GT Temple Racing in 6th. And Racetech Performance Green 7th, and Sim Projects Racing Team in 8th. So, last words, Daniel.
Yeah, congratulations to all the winners, to all the 2nd, 3rd place finishers, to all the finishers who did very well. Like I said before, it was a great evening. We had a lot of great racing. For us too, it was a special evening as well, and I hope we gave good entertainment for the viewers out there. And I'm looking forward to do it again.
Yes, I actually hope as well. We do have 2 more clips to watch actually, which will queue up in about 10 seconds. I really hope to see you again for the next race, which will come up after a longer break. So, 2 clips then from VRS and VCO to watch for you guys. I hope you had a great evening. Sorry to cut you off, Daniel, but I think it is for now time to go.
You were moved.
Are you spending a lot of time looking for setups and struggling for faster lap times? Are you tired of searching online for answers? Would you like to get setups, analysis and tutorials from some of the best sim racers in the world like Ralph Aller, Mitchell de Jong, Martin Krunker, Josh Rogers and many more? If so, virtualracingschool.com is the answer you've been looking for. VRS data packs provide hot laps from our professional coaches for you to analyse and replicate. They provide tutorials that walk you through the fastest laps and what the pros did to achieve the best times. And they provide the setups you need to ensure your car is competitive in both oval and road racing. If you're ready to get faster and reach more podiums sooner than later, just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a free account today.
Virtual.
User left your channel.